Fueling the growing aspirations of its people and driven by rapid development of infrastructure, the Indian economy is accelerating its growth like never before. An inspiring reflection of India's economic progress is the burgeoning countrywide demand for modern high-end cars. Indian Oil, India's leading fuel brand, has been fronting the development of innovative products backed by its world-class R&D to meet the fast-changing needs of customers. To fuel the aspirations of the upwardly mobile car enthusiasts and to accelerate their cars' high performance, Indian Oil has led the path to bring for the first time in the country a high-performing and the best-in-class premium fuel. XP100 100-octane premium petrol. Indian Oil's XP100 premium petrol with superior anti-knock properties improves engine power with faster acceleration, enhances fuel economy and offers better drivability with increased engine life. Equally heartening is the positive impact it would make for a healthy and cleaner environment with reduced carbon emissions. Its low benzene content will drastically reduce carcinogenic emissions and its low aromatic content will reduce suspended particulate matter, thereby improving the air quality. Indian Oil's XP100 Premium Petrol is the first such fuel being launched in India. It is an innovative achievement of Indian Oil through intense and sustained efforts of its world-class R&D. Harnessing an indigenously developed technology interface, using multiple production streams and quality systems. Adding yet another feather in the crown of Atmanirbhar Bharat, Indian Oil helps India join the League of Select Advanced Nations like Germany and the USA to offer 100-octane high-performance fuel to demanding customers across the country. Now, when you rev up your mean machine for a passionate drive, be assured that Indian Oil is backing you with a matching high-performance fuel. XP100.
When the nation joins hands to fight a common enemy, victory is certain. Though this enemy is an alien contagion, it can be no match for the fervor that unites 1.3 billion citizens. The call by the Honorable Prime Minister also mustered the power and the energy of the nation to surmount the current challenge, bringing into the fray energy conglomerate ONGC. Responding swiftly to the crisis arising from the coronavirus pandemic, ONGC started safety measures very early. Employees were asked to prepare and be technologically ready to face any restriction on movements. Work must go on was the intent. Employees who had been working on the offshore locations and onshore locations offered to continue working with extended duty periods away from their families. Our 24/7 operations and their commitment has ensured uninterrupted supply of oil and gas for the nation. They toil in the fields, adhering to all government guidelines of social distancing and hygiene. Giving additional impetus to these efforts, ONGC contributed 300 crore rupees from their CSR fund, and employees gave 2 days' salary amounting to around 16 crore rupees. But ONGC didn't stop there. We reached out to millions who suffered hardships due to the lockdown. All work centers of ONGC across the country distributed relief supplies to the needy and protective gear to frontline fighters like medical professionals, municipal workers, and security staff.
We at ONGC have always risen to the call of the hour. During this national crisis of COVID-19, we have maintained our offshore and onshore operations round the clock to maintain uninterrupted supply of oil and gas to the nation. While maintaining our operations, we have also ensured full compliance of Government of India as well as WHO guidelines like social distancing, maintaining personal hygiene, work from home, and maintaining operations with skeleton staff to contain this pandemic. I firmly believe together we will overcome this national crisis.
Individually and collectively, these humane acts reflect the selfless, committed, responsible, proactive, and energetic spirit of the nation and also of ONGC. A responsible corporate helping every Indian fight this challenge collectively.
So good afternoon, everybody. It's wonderful to have this lovely audience with us today on the day 2 of the 9th Global Conclave of Occupational Health and Wellbeing. We are proud to share that it's going to be a fantastic array of speakers, both international as well as national. It's going to be an exciting day, an academic feast where we will have a lot of learning on different aspects, but also perhaps a time for reflection on how we have been performing on each of them. Keeping in theme with yesterday, the focus is going to be on the healthy workplace model. We have an international panel out who would be speaking about how we can be individually addressing components of the healthy workplace. And then we would also be having another allied group of speakers who would be speaking on the clinical aspects of what is important for everyone to know, perhaps in an industrial setup. So without further ado, I think let me first of all invite the president of AEOHD, Dr. Gajendra Kumar, to share a few words.
Good afternoon, friends. I welcome you all to this 9th conclave of our Association of Environmental and Occupational Health Delhi. on the second day of the conclave. And today's deliberations are going to be of very, very important nature, because all the subjects chosen are very apt and relevant in the present day context. So with these few words, I welcome you all, and I wish the conference will be a success. Thank you so much.
Thanks a lot, Dr. Gajendra. And I think it's wonderful to have our team members. Let me also share that as we are speaking and as the day progresses, today's conference is going to be in the virtual mode. We have people from different parts of India and internationally who are dialing up. And as the day progresses, we would be going and having a more amount of academic stimulation. Now, just to talk about the format today, so while we are going to have the speakers who are going to speak and introduce the topic and speak about their sessions, but we are also going to have dedicated question and answers, which would be held post the sessions. So I would request the audience to feel free to keep on posting their questions in the question and answer column tab of the Zoom, but please do also ensure and expect that the speakers would be responding once we have completed the sessions. So there's going to be a dedicated time. And as we go across, and in case you feel that there are further more questions which you wanted to connect with the speakers, we can actually also ensure that you can connect with them virtually over emails if any of the queries remain unaddressed. So with that, I think I would like to actually ensure and now bring about our first speaker for today. It's my proud pleasure to share that today we have with us Dr. Satya Subramaniam. Dr. Satya Subramaniam is based out in Malaysia. He is the Health and Wellbeing Manager for Southeast Asia, based in Malaysia, in Kuala Lumpur. He actually belongs to the Mars Incorporated. Many of us know Mars for the different range of confectionery and chocolates which are available. I'm sure that kids love what is out there. And I think Dr. Satya has kindly agreed to be part of the discussions today. He's going to talk about a very important aspect. While yesterday we discussed on how leadership can make a difference, how safety committees can make a difference, how we can make a difference from a community standpoint. But today he's going to talk about what really goes behind a successful targeted health intervention. So I think that's going to be his topic. Just to also expand a bit on his past experience. Dr. Satya has had a tremendous occupational health experience. He's a member of the Faculty of Occupational Medicine, Ireland. He has more than 9 years of experience serving across several organizations, including Petronas, including GlaxoSmithKline, and currently at Mars. He is also a council member of Academy of Occupational and Environmental Medicine, Malaysia. And I think it's really wonderful to have one of our stalwarts who has in-depth knowledge, not only on occupational health, but health and well-being as well being represented. Considering his vast experience, considering his contributions, Shivang, can you share the next slide, please? So I'm really happy to share that Dr. Satya has been bestowed upon as the International ENOC Excellence Award from AEOHD. Dr. Satya, I think, well, this might be coming as a pleasant surprise, but I think given your contributions and the amount of work which you're doing, AEOHD has this pleasure of giving you one of our International Excellence Awards. So it's extending a warm welcome on behalf of AEOHD and all of the health and well-being professionals out in India. Let me now invite Dr. Satya to share his deliberations, his thoughts on his topic. Please do note that Dr. Satya would be speaking across, and in honor and to ensure that he has an uninterrupted speech, he would continue his deliberations for the next 25 minutes, post which we can have question and answers. Over to you, Dr. Satya.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ashish. Let me just share my screen. I think you should be able to see it now. All right. So Okay, good afternoon to everyone. It's a real pleasure to be here. Thank you to the Secretariat for inviting me to this esteemed forum. And a special thanks goes out to, of course, Dr. Ashish Jain. Thank you for that glowing introduction. Dr. Ashish Jain is my former manager at GSK prior to joining to Mars, and he remains an inspiring role model to me today, as well as a close friend. And thank you again for this opportunity. It's a real pleasure to be with all of you today. And as Dr. Ashish mentioned, I am actually a council member of the Academy of Occupational and Environmental Medicine Malaysia. I would regard us as sort of a counterpart for your association in Malaysia. And I actually wouldn't mind looking at more collaboration across the border, so to speak, in upcoming sharings and webinars and so on and so forth.
So Dr.
So,
Satya, apologies
yes.
to interrupt, but
Sure.
I don't know whether you're sharing your screen. We can't still see your screen.
Okay.
We can see you, which is good.
Okay, let me try again. I think, is it okay now?
Now we get it.
All right. Okay. No
Perfect.
worries. You didn't lose out any content yet.
Sure.
Okay. All right. So so without further ado, let's get started. All right. So today I'm going to be sharing a couple of very interesting concepts and approaches to designing, implementing, and making a health and well-being program successful at the workplace. So I'm going to start off with a bit of background into what are the key elements and things that we need to consider when we want to develop a program. I will then take you through the journey of the Mars Be Well program, which is still relatively new, but we're doing quite well in that arena. And I'd like to take you through how we started out and where we are today and where we're looking at in the immediate future. And then I'll finish off with a bit of concepts and a framework on how we can design a good holistic approach when you want to design health and well-being interventions at the workplace. So just first off, a little bit of background about Mars. I think the brand probably doesn't need an introduction. We have been around for over 100 years. We continue to be a family-owned private company, right? We are not publicly listed. We have over 125,000 associates globally. We call our employees associates. We have a presence in over 80 countries worldwide. And so many people may not realize that in addition to confectionery, we have a very large pet care business and pet foods business as well. So our most popular brands are Pedigree and Whiskas and Royal Canin. And we also do a bit of food products as well. So let me start with the WHO definition of a healthy workplace. And this graphic that you're seeing on the screen is something that we've been looking at a lot over the past few days. Just to recap again, the WHO defines a healthy workplace as one in which workers and managers are collaborating together on a continuously improved process to protect and promote the health, safety, and well-being of all workers, and also to make sure whatever well-being interventions are done are sustainable and there for the long term. And this is done by making sure we consider 4 important elements, which are health and safety concerns in the physical work environment, the psychosocial work environment, which is related to things like the work culture, ensuring sustainable and energizing ways of working, employee engagement, talent attraction, and so on and so forth. And the next element would be on personal health resources, such as offerings that are available at the workplace. This would can range from things like on-site clinics, health professionals, benefits such as preventive health screenings, vaccinations, so on and so forth. And finally, a very critical element is the community or the collaborative aspect of things, where we need to get everyone to collaborate and work together, and this can be and this needs to be implemented at all levels of the organization, right from the worker right up to the leadership. And what sits at the core of the entire thing are, of course, the ethics and values of the company, driven from the top by leadership and driven at all levels by worker engagement. So let's talk about creating the business case for health and well-being and work. And really, there are many reasons for building and establishing a health and well-being program at the workplace. So as we know, traditionally, health and well-being from an organizational perspective has normally been there just to be more from a compliance point of view, where companies have to do things such as implementing occupational safety and health standards. And we have seen this traditionally in the past with companies in the high-risk industries such as oil and gas and chemicals and pharmaceuticals. And these are heavily regulated industries. But what is good is what we're seeing today, more and more companies in other industries like Mars, ourselves. We are not in a high-risk chemical-based industry as such. We are more FMCG, fast-moving consumer goods. We're more food and food manufacturing. We're seeing more and more of these companies starting to invest in health and well-being because they're looking at all the other real benefits and requirements of having a health and well-being programs at work. So as you can see at the top, I've put a few graphics, like for example, EVP. When you improve the health and well-being of your associates at a company, you will increase your employee value proposition. This ensures that talent is not just retained, but also attracted. This improves the portfolio, the reputation of the company. And by improving engagement, creating sustainable ways of working, getting everyone on board, spreading the message that it's important to take care of your health at work, this can further improve and enhance the business overall. Okay. So what makes a health and well-being program successful? Now, there are 8 elements here that I'd like to share with everyone. And I've pulled this from a very good document, which is called the Best Practice Guidelines on Workplace Health. And this is an Australian document, which I encourage you all to look out for this. It was produced in 2012. And what they've done is they've sort of given a framework of 8 important elements that can make a health and well-being program successful. So the first is what is really important, which is active support and participation by senior leaders. It's important to get things right from the top of the organization down. When there is a strong commitment to health and well-being by the top management, by the leaders of the company, that's really the first step forward. And not just that, by getting senior leaders to be embedding healthy leadership behaviors and encouraging behaviors at the workplace, that further enhances and improves the well-being programs. The second is recognizing that workplace health is a shared responsibility and is to be driven by everyone, really. It's not just health and well-being. It's not just the doctors or the HR practitioners. We want everyone to be on board, and successful programs are really even more successful when it's driven by the whole of the business. Of course, it's important to ensure that our key stakeholders are always engaged, and stakeholders can range from anyone from general managers to HR managers to finance and even the workers themselves. It's important to create and nurture a supportive environment, one that sends the message to our employees that that we want you to ensure that making the healthy choice is the easiest choice. And it's really, really important as well to remember that whatever interventions we implement or we plan to implement has to be targeted. It has to be relevant. It has to have a meaning for that population. And this is really important so that we don't waste our time and resources on interventions that are not going to have a high level of engagement or a high impact. We really want to get a good return of investment onto anything that we put our efforts in. And obviously, a program that has high level of engagement at all levels will be more successful. And this can be further supported when we have innovative and effective marketing and communication strategies. So this is very important for us. It's not just about implementing programs, but it's really important for us to get the communication angle right from the beginning, during, and even after programs. And of course, as with any program, to be successful, we must continue to evaluate, seek for feedback, search for improvement and opportunities to improve, and monitor so that we can continuously improve ourselves. So I'd like to take us on the journey of health and well-being at Mars and where we actually kick this off. So the Mars company has been around for more than 100 years, and it's still a family-owned company, as I mentioned. And what happened was, not too long ago, the Mars family decided that they wanted to really take health and well-being to the next level. They wanted to be more strategic, they wanted to be more comprehensive, and really want to deliver better well-being initiatives for all our associates globally. So in 2017, that's about 5 years ago now, a Center of Excellence of Health and Well-being was created, and a team was formed, a global team. They started visiting sites worldwide, and what they started doing was to assess what programs were in place, and also to hear from our associates on what health and well-being means to them, what challenges they go through, what they would like to see, and how energized they are, things like that. So in addition to assessing all the site programs and all the benefits and whatever offerings are at the site, we also conducted a survey among our associates to find out which aspects are most important, because we obviously we can run programs that can cover A to Z, but we need to also make programs relatable and relevant to our associates. So out of the surveys, we identified that the top 4 aspects that associates really wanted to see were medical benefits, leadership behaviors right from the top, healthy work environments, and focusing on workplace safety. It's not that the others are not important. Like, for example, you see mental health support coming pretty low, but it's just that this is also something that we took into account when we wanted to plan our global strategy. So the next thing that we also paid attention to was gauging the level of energy in our organization. For some of you who may have heard of the Johnson & Johnson Energy for Performance program, which was designed by their Human Performance Institute some years back, the concept of personal energy is something that is being rolled out in many organizations, learning from this program. And basically what it states is that personal energy can be divided into 4 different dimensions: physical, emotional, mental, and spiritual. And what we did was we took this concept and we applied it to our associates when we wanted to check on their and assess what are their energy levels. And apologies, I can't share the results, but this is similar to what we actually got. What we actually found was that a very small number of associates were actually fully energized. 19%, somewhere about that, were actually fully energized. So it further increased our business case for investing in health and well-being at Mars. So really putting all this together, it helped to put together a good business case. We recognized that there is a human energy crisis. Of course, this was before COVID. During COVID, we saw that the incidence of pandemic fatigue and mental health issues has risen significantly in the past 2 years, of course. We also took into account how much the company spends every year on ill health, medical costs due to absenteeism, illnesses, workplace injuries, and so on and so forth. We also took into account the number of associates or percentage that were actually fully energized. So the next step was to develop the global strategy. And what happened was we then had a vision, and our vision simply states that we want to foster a healthy, energized workforce, helping associates to bring their best energy to what matters most. And we still we have still carried this vision forward even today as well in our strategy. So under the Mars Be Well program, we actually have 3 main pillars. The first is Nourish, and Nourish is relating to creating a healthy, supportive work environment that makes healthy, energizing choice the easiest choice. The second pillar is, we call it Energize, and this is where we're really putting all our efforts into boosting associates' energy, focusing on mental health programs, improving engagement, and so on and so forth. And the third pillar is under Thrive. And Thrive is related to chronic disease risks. And really what we intend to do with Thrive is reduce the risk of long-term chronic health risks among our associates. And as for our targets, we actually have, so under the Nourish pillar again, where we have sites assessed, based on whatever offerings they have at the site. We intend to have the number of gold certified sites up to 95% by next year. And I'll share more on this site health fundamentals assessment later on in the later slides. So the other thing is on Energize. We have a target that we want to achieve 65% of our associates to be fully energized by 2025. And we also want to increase the number of associates who are at low risk of chronic disease to 80% by 2028. So to further support this strategy, we develop programs in 4 key areas to enable us to focus. So the first is on embedding healthy leadership practices, again, getting things right from the top. The second is on fostering resilient and energized associates, focusing a lot on mental health here. The third is, of course, to deploy high-value health benefits. And the fourth is by creating healthy and safe work environments. And if I just want to bring us back to the 8 elements of what makes a health and well-being program successful earlier, we can see that all of the 8 elements are covered under these 4 main program areas. We've got support by senior leaders, we've got communication, we've got engagement in there, we've got targeted interventions, and so on. So next, I'm just going to share a little bit about some of the examples of programs that sit under every one of these big buckets. So under healthy leadership, what we do at Mars is we have a mandatory training for all our line managers on healthy leadership behaviors. And we have a module called GLME, which is Great Line Management and Engagement. We also have included health and well-being and energy questions into our annual employee surveys as well, our engagement surveys. So under the Energize or Resilience and Energize Associates bucket, we're actually really focusing a lot on ensuring our associates practice healthy, energizing, sustainable ways of working. That's the focus around here. And we also aim to improve the support on mental health here as well. An example I can give here is the Meet Smarter Outlook tool. So many people who are familiar with Outlook may have seen this tool. With this tool, it basically sets by default meeting times. So instead of 30-minute meeting, it automatically sets it to 25 minutes. And the reason behind that is because we want to encourage people to start having recovery breaks in between meetings. And the intent is also to reduce the number of meetings and to reduce the duration of meetings as well. So, and by doing this, we really want to carry and we want to send across the message to our associates that it's important to look after your health and well-being throughout the day. It's not just something that you think of after work, right? So under high value health benefits, obviously what we continue to do is we ensure that our preventative health services are in place. And this ranges from pre-employment screenings to annual medicals or periodic medicals, vaccination programs, and so on and so forth. And yeah, and finally, we actually currently do an annual survey and self-assessment of all our sites worldwide to ensure that they meet certain criteria, which I'll be sharing later on. And supportive practices, and this is where I talked about the innovative marketing and communication, where we use various social media means such as Yammer. We use Yammer here a lot. And we also work through a global champions network as well. So I'd like to just really focus a little bit on 2 of the main programs. And the first is on healthy leadership and how we can further enhance and foster healthy leadership behaviors among our leaders and line managers. So let me just use an example here. It's very easy to invest and plan a health and well-being program if you look at it. For example, setting up a gym. It's pretty simple when you think about it. You just need to get a room, you need to just invest in some equipment, put in some maintenance schedule, promote it, so on and so forth. But the program itself would actually be meaningless unless we as senior leaders go out there and use them ourselves. It's really important for us to do that because if our associates or our employees don't see us going out there and using them, they don't get the message that it's okay to take care of their health at work. And it's also proven that by embedding these healthy leadership behaviors, workplace engagement will go up, and we do get the return of investment at the end of the day, which is what we want. So this graph here shows it's a no-brainer really. The higher the penetration rate of a well-being initiative, the higher the cost-benefit ratio, the better return of investment that we get. And the three key healthy leadership behaviors that drive participation and boost engagement and bring that return of investment are three healthy leadership behaviors, which are advocacy, role modeling, and giving permission. And I really like to use these terms again and again when I go back to these senior leaders and line managers. It is proven and that by getting this right at the top, we will head even more towards success. And I'd like to share this quote by Grant Reed, who is our CEO at Mars, where he said that the best thing that any leader can do is to lead by example and create a climate that allows others to do the same. Now, within this quote, you can see that all the three healthy leadership behaviors are mentioned here: advocacy, role modeling, and also giving permission, creating that supportive, comfortable, nurturing environment for associates. So again, I just like to rehash, and I find this slide very useful when I talk to senior leaders. I will just basically tell them as a leader to properly demonstrate healthy leadership behaviors, you need to advocate for health and well-being. You need to speak about health and well-being to your team. It's about making health and well-being a common topic of discussion. It's about role modeling by leading with healthy behaviors yourselves. Sign up early for activities, embed energizing ways of working, send a message out. For example, say no to meeting requests that are not urgent or not important if something can be solved over an email or a quick conversation. Not responding to emails or communication after office hours. Leaving loudly. This is a very important, a very good initiative for leaders to do this. Leaving loudly is basically showing and demonstrating to your employees that if it's the end of your day, like for example 5 p.m., you tell them I'm done with my work for the day. I'm going to go and have my run or my walk or spend time with my family. Leaving loudly. I've seen many great line managers doing this. So the third is, of course, on giving permission. You need to tell your employees that I give you full permission to take care of your health and well-being at work. Remove barriers, make team participation the norm. For example, if there is an upcoming webinar that clashes with a regular meeting, I will move this meeting aside so that all of you can go for this. And I'm fully supportive of you taking care of your health and well-being at work. So the second thing that I'd like to share about is the site health fundamentals, which is what I talked about relating to creating a comprehensive, supportive, healthy work environment. So what we did is we have taken 10 evidence-based criteria. We put them into the form of a self-assessment, and every site, every year, they conduct this annual self-assessment, and then they are graded based on their certification, based on their scoring. They will either be graded as a red, silver, gold, or platinum site. So the 10 criteria are here. The first, again, is on healthy leadership practices. We are putting a strong emphasis on this. The second is on facility design. For example, does the site have ergonomic workstations, nursing rooms? Do they manage their catering and food at the site, healthily? Do they have quiet spaces and so on? Does the site have good support for physical activity, support for nutrition? Preventive care is where we talk about, does the site give good preventive care offerings such as annual medical checkups, vaccinations, and so on and so forth. Mental health services are mental health services properly offered to our associates. We have also deployed our employee assistance program globally at Mars as well. And I'm sure Andrew will be talking more to mental health services in his next presentation. We also have a focus a lot on tobacco cessation and tobacco control. We aim for all our sites globally to be no tobacco, right? No smoking sites. as well as focusing on making sure travel health standards are properly implemented, as well as bringing occupational health programs to the forefront. As I mentioned earlier, FMCG companies traditionally don't have much of occupational health standards, and that's something that we're working to develop here at MAS. So when we talk about the immediate future and where we are now, we want to set ourselves up for success in the future. So currently, we can say that at MAS, we've got all our site health fundamentals in place. Most of our sites are either at gold or silver now, so we're heading in the right direction. And I'm also happy that we have successfully rolled out this healthy leadership behavior training to all our senior leadership teams. And in 2022, recognizing the global effect that COVID has had on mental health on everyone really, and the incidence of pandemic fatigue, we've got a strong commitment to mental health in this year. And some of the challenges and opportunities, of course, it's not been an easy journey, and there still are a lot of challenges. One of the biggest challenges that we have for this region, especially, is shifting behavioral changes, like getting people to really change their ways of working, embed recovery, breaks throughout the day, and so on and so forth. We also have this great resignation phenomenon. Many of you have heard of this, where nowadays we've seen a lot of people just leaving organizations because of organizations not giving them the supportive environment or the energizing, sustainable ways of working that they prefer. And we want to continue supporting the talent agenda and boosting the EVP of our company. And now that we're heading towards the post-COVID or endemic era, we are really focusing a lot on how can we further boost engagement and collaboration. How do we get our employees back into the office? So finally, I'd like to just share with everyone here a framework which we can use when we want to design a workplace health intervention and address it from a very holistic approach. So this framework was actually presented by my boss at MAS, Gary Webb, who's in Australia. And basically this framework suggests that when you want to design a workplace health intervention, you can look at it from 3 angles. The first is the employee. Now, let's just take an example. For example, you want to roll out a weight loss program at the workplace. So think about the employee. Is it relevant to them? Is it going to give them an impact? What's in it for me? That's one of the things that we have to think about for them. Is it evidence-based? Is it relevant, right? Then the second is on management practices. When we want to roll this out, do we have support from the top? Are our line managers going to advocate and role model and allow and enable their associates or their employees to take up these initiatives? Do we have supportive policies in place? And the third is the environment. Consider that whatever incentive initiatives that we deploy, is it accessible? Is it inclusive? And are we getting the marketing and communication right? Is it easy to access? So when you think about all these 3 angles, it is really hoped that we can create a good holistic approach to designing these interventions. Right, so thank you very much for your attention. This is it for me, and I'll hand it back to the Secretariat. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Dr. Satya. I think that was a wonderful sneak peek into how we can build a successful intervention. What was really interesting is Dr. Satya talked about various components inclusive of energy management, which is emerging as now the key theme of maximizing not only the productivity, but also presentism. So thanks for sharing the work and how others can actually design this intervention. Thanks a lot, Satya. We'll be coming back on questions soon, but I think what we'll do is we'll have the second speaker also in continuation, and then we'll take the question answers together. So it's now my pleasure to introduce my second speaker for today. We also have with us now Dr. Andrew Tay. Dr. Andrew Tay is the director of the Health and Wellbeing team at National University of Singapore. So as you can guess, he is responsible for the health of more than 10,000 people who might be students as well as faculty all across NUS. Andrew might correct me on the figures, but I think the key part is he's responsible for a big chunk of the population. It's very interesting to think on how we do this for the students, how do we do this for the faculty. It's a very different group, but this is where Andrew's passion for health and well-being comes right to the fore. Dr. Andrew has been focusing on not only building health and well-being culture, but he has a great focus on mental well-being. And I think that's how we have him today with us for actually helping and understanding and developing, giving an opportunity for all of us to perhaps reflect on how we can build an effective mental health strategy. So while Dr. Satya talked about the overall health and well-being perspective, Andrew is going to keep it very focused on the mental health perspective. What are the different components to cover? What are the different components to consider? And perhaps start designing what can be the right structure for a corporate mental health strategy. Just to also share some background about Dr. Andrew. So he has been a graduate of the NUS Yongloo Lin School of Medicine. After passing from his graduation, he then joined GSK, where he was the Director of Health and Wellbeing for Singapore. His excellent work was very well applauded by all of the stakeholders, and he has been a competent speaker all across Singapore and beyond. Subsequent to GSK, he joined Facebook as the Asia Pacific Regional Benefits Consultant, and also helped Facebook to establish a wonderful preventative culture. So without further ado, let me invite Dr. Andrew to share the next presentation. But before he does so, let me also share that Dr. Andrew, it's a pleasure to actually announce that AEOHD has bestowed its second International ENOC Excellence Award to yourself. It's wonderful to have you with us today and have your topic being discussed, a very important topic as a part of the healthy workplace model. Thanks a lot for taking out the time today. So congratulations, Andrew, and over to you for your session.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ashish, for the generous introduction. I am so pleased to be able to share our experience in this area of mental health, which is frequently overlooked. Or I wouldn't even say that it's overlooked in the way that we forget about it, but because there is this issue of mental health not being a tangible item, but physical health is easier. You look at your blood pressure, HbA1c, the number of people with chronic diseases, the healthy food, dining, ergonomics component, and even the medical benefits. But how do you actually measure mental health? And how do we actually approach it? So the best way to actually approach it is probably to share our experience in NUS, which is a university in Singapore. So when I joined NUS, we developed this NUS or Wellness Mental Health Framework. And it's something that is a framework that I would encourage that all of you to actually try to apply in your workplace, because it is a systematic approach to identify potential gaps in the mental health and well-being, not only mental health, but the whole health and well-being spectrum services. So by charting a person's well-being journey from a person who has got high capacity to someone who is at risk, to someone maybe who is struggling a little bit more in the comorbidities or the end-stage disease or the organ failure, and then to someone who is on the recovery stage, what are the subsequent support that we can actually provide from a company perspective? And then you map it accordingly to the 3 levels in terms of culture and strategy, from the systems and infrastructure perspective, and also from the support services and resources. I think just now Dr. Satya has already provided a little bit of what he has been doing, and then you can kind of like populate into it. Is there a committee at the highest level to develop and implement mental health strategy and resources, to allocate budget and resources? Would there be policy in place to set expectations, flexi work, leave adjustments, medical benefits to provide hospital and private healthcare access? Whether there is a case management to help in terms of a return to work service. And subsequently, we also need to measure the outcome of the various processes. But as you involve a lot of other stakeholders in place, to help brainstorm, you realize that it can become a very busy slide. Do we want to actually set up a net pods or gym or quiet corners? And if you were to set up, which other group of people are we helping? Probably only in this group of people who are well and who are at risk, but for people who are suffering from depression and anxiety, that probably doesn't really help. They might actually benefit more from the company mental health clinic, for example. And then after that, you can look at the effectiveness from an organizational perspective. So this is the mental health framework that we have developed and that you can emulate and apply it in the workplace to do a gap analysis in terms of what you have in place. Is it from the medical insurance perspective, also from the EAP perspective, but where do they actually apply in the person's well-being journey? So let's talk about NUS experience. Whenever we talk about NUS experience, people ask me, what is the health and well-being? This is something to make people feel good, make people feel more productive. How do we actually go about doing it? Because health and well-being seems to be a little bit more on fuzzy side of things. So let's talk about history. And the best place to actually learn about the history of health and well-being is Johnson & Johnson. They have published a lot of medical papers pertaining to health and well-being from a corporate perspective. And there is this item known as our credo, for which I extracted some part of it, for which they mention, we are responsible to our employees who work with us throughout the world. And we must support the health and well-being of our employees and help them fulfill their family and other personal responsibilities. And this was drafted by Robert Wood Johnson, who was a former chairman in the World War II era. And he crafted this in 1943, really a long time ago. And subsequently, as you know, you can see that many other companies have started to build a pillar known as a health and well-being pillar. And you would have heard in Mars, they have also started up the health and well-being pillar. And if I'm not wrong, Dr. Satya, you can correct me at any point of time. Mars actually started their health and well-being pillar more recently, probably about 2017, when they hired Dr. Ron Joynes to actually help set up the health and well-being pillar. And Dr. Ron Joynes was actually from the GSK at that point of time. And you can see that all of them started with a common setup. But in 2020, November, that was the time when I joined the NUS and I started up the health and well-being pillar under the Office of the President. And that was in the midst of the COVID pandemic. And they all have a common setup, is that all of them have a mature occupational health system and full-time team of occupational health practitioners specializing in occupational medicine, because that's what it's about. Occupational health is about taking care of the health and well-being of our employees in the workplace. So ever since then, since I joined in November 2020, I went into the market to try to look for people who can fill up the well-being specialist business partner. And that's some of the work that I've been working on in NUS. So we put up job posts in November 2020, and not long after, you can see that the internet companies or the tech companies start to be involved in this space of well-being. So you have well-being program manager by TikTok, you have the well-being specialist, people operations by Google and LinkedIn as well. And of course, our competitor, the NTU, the National Technological University in April, where they set up the new health and well-being service as well in the university. And we are all competing for the same group of well-being professionals. Not a lot of them out there, which makes some of us as well-being practitioners to be quite a hot property in these current times. Moving along, I'm going to share more about our experience in NUS, which we have 15,000 staff and 40,000 students across more than 115 departments, all in Singapore. Now, this is the largest population that I've ever taken care of in my professional life. So this is something that's kind of set up a very interesting situation for me to actually handle, but focusing only on the mental health. Now, I started off with drafting a mission, which is curated from and extracted from the WHO Mental Health and Wellbeing mission, which is to facilitate a state of complete physical, mental, and social well-being, where people realize their own potential, they can cope with stresses of life, work productively, and most importantly, say that their life has been meaningful. But health and well-being is such a broad spectrum. It is important that we prioritize. In the midst of COVID, we decided to prioritize in the mental well-being component. So what did we do? I went on to set up my team. They are into 3 pillars. One is a program manager. One is a clinical services comprising of more than 49 psychologists and medical professionals coming in to actually help us in this delivery of mental health services from a ground-up services, a ground-up point of view. And then we also have a special project to help us chart some of the interesting situations that we do not have playbook for in the world. I want to spend some time to talk about campaigns, because the thing is that a lot of companies talk about campaigns, and does it really work? Or is it something that makes a lot of noise? All the glitter and gold, are they real? So I'll just share a bit about the experience of a campaign in NUS. There are 2 key university-wide campaigns pertaining to mental health. And campaigns are important because they play an important role to demonstrate the company's emphasis to the well-being of our community and harmonize the community's understanding of key messages around our stand pertaining to mental health. There are 2 key campaigns. One is #IOK campaign, and the other one is Well NUS Festival, or Wellness Festival in short. #IOK campaign will be the one that I'll be focusing more in the next few slides. So we want to talk a little bit about Are You OK campaign. The question that all of us will want to ask is, do they really work? Was it successful? So what is the campaign about? It is a campaign about trying to improve and drive awareness and destigmatize mental health. And we divided that up into 3 phases: on self-care, on empathy and respect, and understanding mental health, before we end off with a mental health seminar. In this 6-month period, we actually have a pre-campaign survey and a post-campaign survey, so that we have an overall evaluation of the campaign success. And then we ended off the campaign with a mental health seminar, for which there is a hypothesis, whereby we say that there is an authentic sharing by our relatable NUS person and students, help to reduce stigma and empower people to step out to seek help. So the question is, does it work? Well, in terms of the survey participation, we have overall more than 4,000 people actually participating in the data. And subsequently, after the survey, after the mental health seminar, whereby our relatable persons of NUS staff and students actually share about their lived experience, we have more than 250 staff actually say that, hey, I think I would like to have a little bit of a well-being check-in, and overwhelming our psychologists in terms of the number of requests to have a bit of check-ins. And this is actually a success in itself, because for many of us who have EAP in place, you realize that in Asia Pacific, the participation rate is only 1% or 2% or even up to 4%. But to have 250 staff requesting for check-in in 1 week, it is a huge success. And we analyze the data among all these 4,000 people. So what do we get? We realize that both staff and students have better mental well-being at post-campaign, and this was statistically significant using the PHQ-2 score. And you realize that pre-campaign and the post-campaign, the pink box actually increases, and pink box means better mental well-being among the staff and student, and they are statistically significant in the area of depression. Let's talk also about stigma among the students over here, personal stigma and the social distancing scale. So the personal stigma is about evaluating the students whether they have some form of stigma against diagnosis of depression, versus social distancing scale, which is about how far are you willing to work with a person with a depression. And you realize that students who have heard of the campaign have significantly lower personal stigma and significantly lower social distancing scores. The same group also appears to be similar for staff. So for example, staff who have heard of the campaign or to consume the content of the campaign has significantly lower personal sigma score and lower social distancing score. So what it actually means is that among the employees, you actually enhance the empathy among our colleagues accordingly. We also take a look at the well-being score of our staff and students. Among our staff who have consumed and know about the Are You OK campaign, you realize that they have statistically significant distribution in terms of improved mental well-being, both for students and staff. And this is despite adjusting for the many items that are listed over there. So we did the ordinal logistic regression, and it still tells us the same thing pertaining to well-being score or the depression. Lastly, staff who have heard of the campaign were significantly more likely to endorse that they would disclose to others if they have depression. So which means if you were to actually hold a campaign and it turned out to be successful, and what you should see is that people tend to actually share with their colleagues that, you know, I might have a bit of depression and I think I need a little bit of help. So those are important in terms of reducing stigma. So what can we learn from the campaign? Is that please define the problems you want to address. Is it to destigmatize? Is it to drive awareness of resources? Is it to equip employees with self-care tips? And then define the metrics early in advance. Is it the EAP utilization rate, employee engagement results, managers' performance, or is it about prevalence of stressed employees, something that we are doing in this campaign? You have to involve cross-functional units early from the start. You can't just do a survey without getting their buy-in. Otherwise, they will say that, oh, well, you do your own survey, but it is not relevant to us. Providing sufficient resources is important in the area of manpower, but most importantly, it is about money and time. So if you are able to actually, you know, set aside some amount of budget, that helps a lot in getting marketing agency. Involving prominent senior person, I would say it is very powerful tool of destigmatizing and also creating empathy in the workplace. Overall, campaign can be very powerful if you have a proper planning and execution in place. Summary of our campaign findings that what you have seen just now can be found in this QR code. And what you can do is that just take your handphone, scan this QR code, and then you can go and download some of the campaign survey findings that you have seen just now. Moving on, we want to talk about caring for the staff at NUS. Now we talk about the Well NUS framework and the dash. So this is the dashboard that we created using the framework. So among the people who are stressed, which is over here, and people who have depression, and the people who are on the recovery status, you'll find that we have different types of services in place and helped by different people. Is it by HR? Is it by health and well-being? Is it by the student of student affairs? Or is it by occupational safety and health colleagues? So, and then you can put a little bit of color coding in place to talk about whether the plays are in place, the strategy or the items are in place, or are they in progress, or maybe they need to be discussed. So for example, in the area of coaching, you'll find that it is not colored at all because it is still not part of our strategy yet. But at least we have identified a gap in this place. In the area of staff disability income and income protection from an insurance point of view, we still have not reached the place of enhancing our insurance to provide the disability income. But in the area of providing mental health care in hospitals and private clinics, our insurance has recently been enhanced in July 2020 to ensure that our medical benefits have such provision for people to seek mental health in the professional setting. So there are a lot more, well-being items that we have set up in NUS. There's also the peer support system. There's also psychological services and consultancy by our team of psychologists. We have also embedded manager training with the mental health elements. And we also have the employee engagement survey embedded with the mental health metrics. We also have respondent care and complainant care services for staff who are undergoing investigations because of fraud or certain misconduct issues at work. And we need to understand the staff who are undergoing such investigations, they do require some form of mental health care. We are also setting up occupational mental health services and the return to work mental health case management services in NUS as well. So this talks a little bit about peer supporter, because peer supporter service is very important and is something that is growing in the space of corporate mental health. The role of a real peer supporter is to keep a lookout, provide a listening ear, and direct the colleagues to appropriate services and resources, help to foster a culture of safety, sharing, and openness, and psychological safety. And lastly, to help be an ambassador in terms of our well-being activities to our colleagues. So what is different in terms of our peer supporter is that we do have regular check-ins and support, because you need to understand that peer supporters, when you train them, you release them into the space, and some of the colleagues may have very heavy, emotionally heavy and psychological life experience that they're sharing with these peer supporters. But these peer supporters are just lay persons with just basic training. So sometimes psychological harm can be done to our peer supporters as well in the area known as, in the space known as the transference. So it is important that we do regular check-ins with our peer supporters. And this is the first time that we hear of mental health first aider or a peer supporter system that has got a psychological check-in. And this is something that is novel in NUS. So when you look at the peer supporter and you put them into a pyramid or a system in place, you realize that they are probably forming the second level of the base of the pyramid system that is in place. At the basic level, all staff should maybe be equipped with some form of self-care tips in the area of some form of mental health talks. But peer support will form the second layer of support, followed by the manager care, followed by turning to our EAP and our insurance partners, providing psychiatrists and psychologists help. So this is also another model in terms of understanding what, how do we systematically provide mental health support for our staff. So we have also developed this wellness guide for managers, which talks about the roles and responsibilities of managers in the area of supporting employees' mental health and well-being. So you can feel free to download it because we have created it. And as a university, we're happy to share with the rest of the world how it actually looks like. For all the resources that you want to actually find out more about, just go to www.nus.edu.sg/HWB, which also stands for Health and Wellbeing, and you can find out more about all the resources that we put out here for your use. You can use it in your company, just attribute it to NUS. So we do, in terms of carrying at NUS from strategic point of view, we do have a dedicated health and wellbeing team. We are still strengthening our resources with a lot of massive investment. Ground involvement is vital in terms of involving peer supporters. Lastly, campaigns do work. Always prepare for the worst, hoping that it's the last, and caring for the staff must be not be tokenistic. So you do have to involve the managers and the whole team at play. I'm looking at my time over here. It's 30 minutes. I think I'm 25 minutes into my sharing. I think I should go into my last slide in terms of if you have any questions, here are the email that you can actually reach out to us. And we also provide consultancy services, framework implementation, peer support training for companies who wants to actually do the training, the mental health workshop and the resource and toolkits. Feel free to reach out to us, and we'll be more than happy to actually provide the services if you are located in Asia Pac region. So at this point in time, I think I will pause my sharing and pass the time back to Dr. Ashish. Dr. Ashish, over to you, please.
Thanks a lot, Dr. Andrew. And I should say that it was a wonderful sneak peek into the kind of detailed work of how a mental health strategy can be implemented. I think what Andrew has shown is it's just not that we can implement it out in a workplace, or can I just, yeah, thank you. So it's just not that we do it in an academia or in a college, but this has all of the important components of how we can implement it in an organization. What's really interesting is that there are several components of how the strategy can be much more effective. And I think the reflection of whenever I speak across with Andrew on this is that there are still many things which even my organization can be doing better. It's about effectiveness. It's about ensuring that different things appeal to different people, and we need to get the balance right. And if we can do that, I think that's how organizations can be successful. So now I'm opening up the session for question and answers. I see the President, Dr. Gajan Kumar, having a question. His hand is up.
Okay. First of all, I congratulate both the speakers for wonderful talk on the subject, and you have really covered almost all the aspects. Now, I have got two questions. One question to each speaker. My first question to Dr. Satya. Dr. Satya, as far as workplace healthy interventions are concerned, what we have seen, I have been working in one of a very big railway workshop at Jagadri, where about 5,000 employees used to work, and we opened up a gym. And there was a diktat from the top management that people have to use gym at their time. They have to squeeze out time from their work, and they have to use it. But what ultimately happened, initially there was some enthusiasm among the employees. But gradually what happened, the employees thought it to be a place to take a break. With the result, the middle and the lower management, they just say nothing doing and you will not go. So in spite of the investment into the workplace, opening of gyms and other interventions, the utility remains very, very low. I don't know how to overcome this. So your remarks on this issue.
Thanks, Dr. Gajendra. In fact, not too long ago, just 2 weeks ago, another one of my staff in another site also commented on the same similar kind of issue where they had an on-site gym and people were not accessing it, but that was also for another reason. But to go back to your question first, that's true. You know, we set up something with that intent. It doesn't go along as how we actually intended. This is why I actually really focus very heavily on healthy leadership behaviors. If we can get that right, that can be a good solid foundation. Like getting all our line managers and our senior leaders using the gym and being visible that they're using the gym as well. Of course, I like to also look at it from another angle as well. If workers are using it as a place to rest, for me, that's also a form of recovery anyway. And, you know, if it's their rest time, that's a place for them to rest. That's well and good. Of course, there's the whole thing about misuse of company property. You know, like I said, we set it up with this intent, but they ended up doing it differently. I guess it's also back to the education piece as well. You know, supporting our employees, maybe understanding why they're not using it. Of course, there are a lot of reasons why they might not want to as well. For example, imagine doing a workout in the middle of your work day, then being all sweaty and having to go back to work after that. So these are the challenges. You know, we can always make adjustments as well, like the gym. You know, we encourage them to use the gym right at the end of work or the beginning, or you know, making sure we have facilities for shower and so on and so forth. Also, another important thing was coming back to one of my officers as to why they were not using the gym, and that was actually because the staff started feeling that if they use the gym in the middle of the day, they will be perceived as not working.
Absolutely.
Because that's the other part of it. Because we have, you know, the Asian mentality, the Asian mindset is we need to show that we are working 8 to 5. We're being paid to work 8 to 5, so we have to show ourselves as working continuously throughout the day. So, you know, talking about energizing ways of working, building in recovery breaks throughout the day, it's still something new, but we're getting there. We're actually heading in that right direction. Thanks for your question.
Okay. Thank you very much. Now my question is to Dr. Andrews. Dr. Andrews, what we have noticed, that there is a lot of stigma attached with the mental health problems, and people don't come out so easily. So whenever we used to organize any health camp, and if we keep psychological test or mental health well-being program along with it, what we have noticed, there is because of the stigma attached, the response is very, very poor. But for other general health checkup camps, the response is very, very good. So how to overcome such situation? And what is it there in Singapore as well, or is it only in our country? How it is?
Yeah, so Dr. Gajendran, so I'm glad that you actually asked this question, because we have been trying to hack out this part as well. And one of the most powerful ways of doing it, and when I was in Facebook, is that if you were to get the senior leaders, prominent NUS person to actually share about their life journeys, that actually worked very, very powerfully. Over here, what you're seeing is Mr. Xie Fuhua, who is the chairman of the board of directors. So he is the boss of the CEO.
Okay.
Actually went out to share about his mental health journey and how he actually struggled with it, and including his family members. So when that actually happened, the next day, it is just the next day, 250 people of our staff, after hearing the stories, step up and say that, hey, I want to take a look at your, have a speak with your psychologist. And subsequently, our EAP also saw a spike in terms of utilization. And suddenly, nobody felt ashamed after hearing the stories by our prominent person. So the data has been very, very clear, is that if you manage to get one of your very prominent person, and this has to be very prominent, if you can get it from the C level, such as the CEO, COO, or the chief HR, coming out to share their story, it actually helped to destigmatize so much in ways that you cannot imagine. So we were not expecting 250 staff. At the point of time, I only had 2 clinical psychologists, and they were overwhelmed. But it was a good problem to have. We managed to clear the backlog from one way or another through certain form of triaging. But in any case, that is the single most powerful weapon that we realized during my time in Facebook and also in NUS. I'm going to pause here.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thanks. Thanks both. I'm going to take one more question, and this question comes from Dr. Ramanjeet Avan. Dr. Ramanjeet, would you like to ask your question?
First of all, I want to say hi to both Dr. Andrew and Dr. Satya. To me, it looks like a reunion.
Reunion of GSK.
We work together in Glexo. Actually, Dr. Gajendra asked the same question, which I wanted to ask. Still, I mean, I always believe the organization, they spare a lot of funds for health and well-being. And with time, the utilization and changing behavior becomes an issue. With this time span of say 1 and 2 years. Similarly, like the gym, they started the gym, no one was using. So from Dr. Andrew, I mean, telling the people, making them aware, it's okay not to be okay. Just telling them and destigmatize. So my key takeaways from this session of Dr. Andrew is destigmatize and it's okay not to be okay. I feel that a lot of hard work, 60-70% of efforts are required for just giving this awareness to the people. I mean, how you did that? It requires a lot of effort, spreading this message to each and everyone. That you can open up, we are here for you. There is an emotional first aid center. There is a listening ear, we will provide you this. It is tough.
So sorry, Ramanjeet, I'm trying to get your question. So your question is, where do we start, is it?
So I mean, on the ground level, this requires a lot of efforts, reaching to each and every person and asking, I mean, they should be aware that they can open up. It's okay not to be okay. And there is a listening ear. There's an emotional first aid center. My voice is clear otherwise, right?
Yeah,
we can hear you, Ramanjeet. I'll paraphrase his question. It's about not only starting the journey, Andrew, but also reaching the masses. It's about the initial stimulus, but also how did you make the final impact?
Yeah, so it is quite a tough question. So just now I have mentioned about the campaign being one of them, but campaign has a limitation. It should only be in pulse, and after that you need to stop. So that's why after 6 months you stop it, and then after that you need some time of rest while other items are going on. And then every January to June we start the campaign again to actually time it accordingly. So campaign must have a start date, end date, and the period of rest to actually have that kind of awareness. Then subsequently, we also talk about the series of interventions that we have, which is manager training being one of them. So we need to actually tell manager what are your roles and responsibility in the area of mental health. We need to actually also create a system of mental health first aiders also. So we have developed a training resources. And I think mental health first aiders or peer supporters is a very, very powerful initiative to actually implement around. And you can actually help to percolate some of these first aiders in this workplace that will help to take care of your fellow employees and signpost them. Then, of course, you look at your medical benefits. From a medical benefits point of view, are they actually providing inputs or access to psychology, psychiatrists, and the medical treatment on top of just the EAP providers? And lastly, continue to do a gap analysis with your stakeholders, which prominently it would be the HR. Lastly, right, the most important piece, right, is to actually have a mental health committee or the health and wellbeing committee. The health and wellbeing committee must be chaired by someone who is at least the managing director kind of a level, or chairman, or that chief of the respective roles level. And then once you have that person in place, then the resources will start to come in. So it doesn't matter what programs you actually implement. Once you have the committee in place, right, everybody will align to the leadership role of wanting to make the people feel good. So always start up with a committee first. Once you have a committee, then no matter what programs you do, just do it one by one, and then the rest will fall into place. So that's my suggestion to the rest of our practitioners here.
I have seen the manager mental health sports checklist. I liked it a lot. That's a great tool because I feel the large percentage of issues come from that area.
Thank you so much, Ramanjit.
And this is for Satya. Satya, I have a key takeaway from your session is that a healthy leadership practices and behavior, advocacy, role modeling, and meeting information. I think this is the area where the most of the organization lack in delivering a successful health and wellbeing. Thank you.
Thanks, Dr. Ramanjit. In view of time, I'm going to take a final question. This is from Dr. Sunanda. Dr. Sunanda, if you can share your question. I see your hand up, perhaps, but
hi, sir. Am I audible?
Yes, you're audible, Dr. Sunanda.
Hi, sir. This is Dr. Sunanda. This question was to Dr. Satya. So when we're talking about revamping of gym at a workplace, the first thing when we talk to the leadership team is that the scared of the first aid happens in the gym mostly if they're not careful with the equipments and all. So that idea was being pushed away for long time. So what is the suggestion that Dr. Satya would give to reduce this first aids, and is there any other alternative for revamping of gym in the workplace?
Okay, thanks for the question, Dr. Sunanda. So as I've also typed out the answer here, my approach will be not just to get the equipment in, but also ensure that all staff are trained on how to use the equipment safely. We don't have to necessarily bring in a very dangerous or heavy kind of equipment. It can be, equipment like, basic ones first, like treadmill, cycle, so on and so forth. But what I would do is I would bring in a fitness trainer to come and train the employees on how to use the gym equipment safely. And even like for me personally, that has worked because I previously used to be very anxious and apprehensive of how to use gym equipment in public gyms. What I did was I took up personal trainer sessions just for that purpose, so that when I go to a gym, I know how to use each equipment correctly and safely. I think if you put that together with your business case for implementing this gym at the workplace, that should help your business case. Yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Satya.
So with this, thanks a lot to both of the speakers. Thanks for sparing your time. I know that it's already evening at your respective places. We really appreciate on behalf of AEOHD that you took out time and came across and shared your thoughts with us. Dr. Satya has already typed in his email ID, and I would appreciate if Andrew could also type in his email ID. People can reach out directly to the speakers for any further follow-on queries. Thank you so much to both of the speakers. I'll now hand this to the next moderator. We have Dr. Kamla Fatiyal, who would be taking us through the news through the next sessions. Over to Dr. Kamla, please.
Thank you, Dr. Ashish. Good afternoon, everyone. Now we move on to the next session, which will be on management of burns. And we have two eminent speakers with us. The first speaker is Professor Dr. Samik Bhattacharya. He is currently working as professor and head of unit, Department of Plastic Surgery at Atal Bihari Vajpayee Institute of Medical Sciences at Dr. RML Hospital in Delhi. He has been a senior research fellow, pool officer, Department of Plastic Surgery at Lok Nayak Hospital, MAMC, Delhi. Dr. Saab has also been a specialist at Department of Plastic Surgery at Lok Nayak Hospital, MAMC, Delhi, and assistant professor, Department of Plastic Surgery at Safdarjung Hospital, Vardhaman Medical College, Delhi, and professor, Department of Plastic Surgery at PGIMR and RML Hospital in Delhi. He has a teaching experience of about 18 years and is also a supervisor for MCH students. Thank you, Dr. And Dr. will be speaking on initial assessment and management of burns. So I hand over the mic to you, Dr. Please.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak.
Dr. we can't hear you. Could you please be a bit...
Can you hear me now?
You're not audible, sir.
Can you hear me?
No, sir. We can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, yes. Perfect.
I think somebody has muted me.
No, Dr. You have been unmuted. You can start your sharing your presentation, sir.
No, you are audible, sir.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear
Yes, sir,
you.
clearly, sir.
Okay. I'll just share my screen. So the topic given to me is initial assessment of burns and initial management of burns. So I will outline, basically give an introduction to burn injuries and then the aims of burn care, the admission criteria for burns and in referral units, the primary survey, the secondary survey and definitive management and fluid therapy, and an initial overview about burn wound management. So my whole premise of this presentation will be for emergency rooms in peripheral centers where the initial management can be given and then referred to a definitive burn care center where definitive management can be done. So if you see, burn has been quite, the incidence varies over time. It's more in winters because people use heating flames for get themselves get warmth. And major burns in India is basically a disease of the poor because they had used unsafe cooking equipments, and majority of the burns in children are scalds, and among adults it is flame. Most of the chemical and the electrical injuries happen at workplace. There are certain conditions where the burn injuries can happen. One of them is epilepsy. In a fit, the person falls on fire or on a cooking utensil. Alcohol and drug abuse also causes burn injuries. So the first and foremost aim of giving the first aid is to rescue the person from a burning process, then resuscitate the person for the basic functions and the vital functions, and then after stabilization, refer the person to a multidisciplinary care center. That next is the resurfacing of the wound and then reconstruct and rehabilitate. That's an overview of burn care. If you see why which of the burns needs to be admitted, from now on I will tell you the way you have to approach a burn patient if it comes to you. You have to first decide the person needs to be admitted or not. I will come to the extent of burn, that is the percentage of burn, how it is calculated. Now for the sake of classification, any burn which is more than 20% in adult and more than 10% in a child, and more than 5% is full thickness burn of the whole body surface area, the burn needs to be admitted. In addition to this, any high voltage electrical burn, chemical burn, inhalation injury, or there is burns on the face, eyes, ear, and the genitals and the joints also need to be admitted, irrespective of the extent of burn. There is another reason that burns needs to be admitted if there is an associated injury like fractures and head injury or spinal injuries, and concomitant medical problems like hypertension and immunocompromised person, diabetes also warrant admission. So all these criteria comes under major burns. Moderate burns is basically 10 to 20% of the whole body surface area burn in an adult, or 5 to 10% in a child, and 2 to 5% of full thickness burn. This moderate classification also needs to be admitted. The minor burns is 10%, less than 10% burn in an adult, less than 5% burn in a child, or less than 2% of full thickness burn. These patients can be managed in OPD basis and need not be admitted, but must be kept on follow-up. So burn into admission is partial thickness burn, more than 10%. Again, I am recapitulating these factors because these needs to be reinforced. Burns involving face, hands, feet, genitalia, perineum, and major joints. Third-degree burns in any age. Electrical burn, including lightning injuries, chemical burns, inhalation injury, burn injuries with pre-existing medical comorbidities, and any non-accidental burn like homicide or suicide. So the initial management will be structured on primary survey, secondary survey, and definitive management. The primary survey basically is ABCDEF, airway management with cervical spine stabilization, breathing and ventilation, circulation, detection and stabilization of any disability, exposure of the patient, and fluid resuscitation. So airway management, we just have to see that the airway is patent or not, if there is any secretion or foreign body in the airway, and finger sweep can be done in the mouth, and any obstruction to the airway can be cleared. Airway can be inserted into the mouth. There are certain red flag signs to be caught in this time. Hoarseness of voice. Hoarseness of voice is a sign in which you have to catch the person early. Is basically is damage to the larynx or the voice box. Means that the smoke in the fire has gone inside and affected the larynx, which is pretty low down in the airway. And in that case, the possibility of airway obstruction is possible at a later time within 24 hours. So if there is hoarseness of voice, there is a possibility of stridor or upper airway obstruction. There is another sign which needs to be taken seriously, is the burning of the facial hair. If the facial hair is burned, then also there is a possibility of airway obstruction at a later time, because it shows that the burn has been pretty close to the head and neck area. Endotracheal intubation is the most definitive way to secure airway, and it should be done on suspicion, not when the obstruction is set in, because when the obstruction is set in, it is very difficult to intubate. So it is better to suspect impending airway obstruction and do elective endotracheal intubation by looking at these red flag signs. And the cervical spine precautions are essential while managing the patient. This is a caller for cervical spine stabilization. Now the breathing, is the patient breathing? Just observe the patient. If the patient's both the sides of the chest is equally expanding and the patient is breathing, There are possibilities of pneumothorax if there is a fall or there is a chest injury as well. In that case, also mechanical ventilation with endotracheal intubation. And if it is not possible, and obviously tube thoracostomy also may be needed. Circulation. Does the patient has blood pressure? The blood pressure is the measure of basically how much is the blood perfusion pressure to the tissues. Is the patient bleeding? If there is any other injury or there is a fracture or there is a chest or abdominal injury, the possibility of hemodynamic instability will be there in addition to burn, which will cause more hemodynamic instability. So get 2 peripheral venous access with a large bore IV cannula done, access done. The first IV cannula should be in a peripheral line. The second one should be by choice a central line. We start crystalloids or the normal saline or ring lactate. And in case of bleeding, transfusion should be started. Urinary catheter should be in place to monitor urinary output, which should be 1 ml per hour per kg of body weight. You must look for the D of the primary survey, disability. Does the patient have any gross deformity, broken bones, or neurological deficits? Consciousness level can be assessed by Glasgow's coma scale. Pupillary reaction can be noted by putting torchlight in the eyes. So basically sees any physical deformity, disability, or any neurological deficit. So this is a Glasgow's coma scale which patient needs to be assessed on. Now the patient needs to be exposed, examined, and every part of the body should be examined for any other injury. And a Foley's catheter should be in place. A nasogastric tube should be used to decompress the stomach. It is any trauma leads to stress ulcers, and it is always a good idea to put an NG tube in an early stage. A burn also causes alias, so a nasogastric tube in the earlier part is essential. When you are exposing the person, it is very important to take care that the person is not in a very cold environment, and the possibility of hypothermia can be there. Now come the secondary survey. After this initial stabilization and assessment is done, an ample history is taken where allergies, medication, past illness, last meal, and events related to the injury. The mechanism of injury should be known. And immunization status, in today's time, even COVID immunization status is very important. And during the secondary survey, the airway, again, you have to look for signs of inhalation injury. So inhalation injury, if I can't go into the details, inhalation injury is a topic by itself. Inhalation injury is basically inhalation of smoke, inhalation of upper airway damage by thermal injury, and histotoxic injury by carbon monoxide and hydrozonic acid. So the first one is basically inhalation injury is because of direct thermal damage to the upper airway, which can cause upper airway edema and upper airway obstruction. If the person is entrapped in a smoke-filled environment for a long time, the smoke gets inside the lung, and there is a lower airway damage causing inhalation injury. So if we see face is involved in a flame injury and the face is burned, there is blackened, charred areas around the airway. The carbonaceous sputum is noted. The sputum has black spots, which shows that the carbon particles have gone inside, and the patient is not able to clear the secretion. That is also a red flag sign. If the signs of inhalation injury are present, the patient is having respiratory distress like stridor, hoarseness of voice, it is very important to intubate the patient immediately. Such patients must be sent urgently to a dedicated burn center for definitive management. In case it is difficult to intubate, it is better not to struggle with intubation and do a tracheostomy. It can immediately open up the airway and reduce the dead space and improve ventilation at a very early stage. So breathing, is the patient moving in sufficient air inside the body? Is the patient hoarse and the stridor is present? Again, and the bronchoscopy is a gold standard for evaluating patients for inhalation injury. And when you're doing a bronchoscopy, it is always better to pass the bronchoscope through an endotracheal tube and do the bronchoscopy and intubation at the same time. Patients with large burns may be talking at presentation, but it may be later on they collapse in a very suddenly, and intubation in early stage will save the day. If there is constricting burn on the chest, it is better to do escharotomy. Eschar is basically the tough burn wound, which is not letting the chest expand. So this is the way escharotomy is to be done, so that the skin is released and the chest can expand. There are various lines on which escharotomy is done in different parts of the body. Now, circulation, the pressure and the signs of perfusion is monitored. In case of extremities, you can do a pulse ox and the fingers and see there is peripheral perfusion or not. You can check the blood pressure. IV access is secured, and a large gauge peripheral line is secured before the person gets into shock, and it's very difficult to get the venous access at a later time. And central line is obviously a choice in the second line. Now, once the fluid resuscitation starts, the burn edema even increases. When the burn edema increases, all these chains and the rings in the fingers, they become constricting. So it is very important to remove the rings and during the early phase before the burn edema starts. Again, the total body surface area involved in the depth of burn is assessed by noting a body diagram. So it's very important to expose the whole body, and there are various methods of making out the mode of the extent of burn. Most common is rule of 9, where different parts of the body is given as 9% or 18% of the total body surface area. And this is the Wallace rule of 9, how you access. And in case of kids, it is very difficult to do with Wallace rule of 9 because the head has a bigger surface area. So London-Browder chart is used. And we can use a palm. Palm is taken as 1% of body surface area, and we can use this also as a mode of assessing burn surface, extent of burn. Now, the burn is can be superficial burn, which is basically sunburn, which you don't treat. Superficial partial thickness burn, deep partial thickness burn, and full thickness burn. So superficial burns is basically sunburn, which needs not be treated. It just heals on its own. This is a superficial burn, which is glistening pink and involves epidermis and part of papillary dermis, moist and pink, and heals by about 7 to 10 days, maximum 14 days, and doesn't lead to any hypertrophic scarring. So this is a superficial burn, which is glistening pink and has blisters. Deep partial thickness burns involves epidermis and entire papillary dermis down to the reticular dermis. It's dark red in color. The capillary refill is slow, and it requires some surgical intervention because it takes about 21 days to heal and leads to hypertrophic scar. If you see this, it's certainly different from the ones we saw. This one is waxy appearance instead of glistening wet and slightly more whitish. Full thickness burns, in entire thickness of the skin is burnt and it doesn't heal on its own, requires skin grafting or some way of resurfacing it. So this is a skin, this is a full thickness burn, which looks like a parchment-like thing. And this is the way a full thickness burn looks like. And it doesn't heal on its own. It has to be excised and grafted later on. So if you see this picture also shows the zone of injury. This was the area where the maximum heat damage was done. And as we go peripherally, the extent of the depth decreases. So this is basically second degree superficial, then second degree deep, and then full thickness. So these are the zones of injury: the zone of coagulation, the zone of stasis, and the zone of hyperemia. So fluid resuscitation should start once the burn charting has been done and know the extent of the burn, the weight of the patient is known. So why do we need to give a lot of fluid to burns? Why do we need to check? Why there is a burn shock in burns? Hypovolemia happens because all the blood vessels starts leaking, and they start outpouring the fluid which is there inside the blood vessel. So the fluid comes out in the subcutaneous tissue, and the perfusion pressure is not maintained because the blood volume decreases. So to counteract the loss of circulatory blood volume with intravenous fluids, and to monitor the physiological response frequently, and the main goal of the burn resuscitation is to maintain perfusion in the zones of stasis, because if the zone of stasis, as we saw in the injury, If the zone of stasis remains for a long time, it becomes a zone of coagulation. And if partial thickness burn can become a full thickness burn. At the same time, if the burn shock or the low blood pressure is there for a longer time, then in end organ failures like kidney failure, liver failure can happen. So it's very imperative to push in fluid in a big amount so that the blood volume and the blood pressure is maintained. So that's the cornerstone of burn resuscitation. There are different formulas on which the burn resuscitation fluid volume is calculated. The most common is Parkland formula. The first 24-hour fluid requirement is 4 into body weight in kgs into the total body surface area burned. Out of this whole ration, half is given in the first 8 hours and half is given in the next 16 hours. There are other formulas as well, because this slightly overestimates the amount of fluid required. Brook is a more conservative formula, which basically has a factor of 2 instead of factor of 4. Now, for 24 hours, the leaking of the blood vessels stops. So when in the initial part, when the blood vessels were leaking, it was leaking fluid as well as proteins. So there's no point of giving proteins or colloids or plasma in the first 24 hours or maybe first 12 hours, because that will also leak out of the blood vessel. So after 24 hours, it is better to give colloids. Now, what happens if you give colloids? When it goes into the blood vessel, when you give albumin or plasma as colloids, it draws in the fluid which had gone into the subcutaneous tissue inside the blood vessel. So it decreases the edema as well as increases the blood volume. So it's better to give colloids in the next 24 hours. This is the formula for giving fluid in the as a maintenance. This is as far as body weight. So choice of fluid is generally ringer lactate, because the lactate reduces the acidotic part of the, and it is better to use 5% albumin as the commonest colloid to be used after 12 hours. So vitals to be monitored, the blood pressure and the heart rate has to be monitored. Complete blood count with PCV. PCV is a sign of blood hemoconcentration because it's the fluid which comes out of the blood vessel. The cellular component of the blood remains in the blood vessel. So it is hemoconcentration, and the hemoconcentration is the measure of the amount of fluid deficit the person has. So once the fluid resuscitation is adequate, the Paxil volume of PCV comes back to normal. The other way to understand that the resuscitation is going on in time is in place by noting that the urine output is at least 0.5 ml per kg per hour. And in electrical burn, it should be 2 ml.
Dr. Saab, I would just like to just tell you, sir, that time is a little.
Yeah, I'll finish. I'll just
5 more minutes.
Last part. There is a
okay. No problem, sir. I just want.
Yeah. There is a video of the dressing. I think that will be enough to understand what exactly it is. Can you hear the voice?
Sir, we are not able to hear the voice here, sir.
Sir, voice is it has to become from your system only, sir.
Yes, sir.
Can you hear it now?
No, sir, it's, I think it's, no, sir, we can't hear you.
Okay, I will just, in that case, I don't know why. So the next part is only the dressing part. I'll just go through the dressing part fast.
Yes, sir, sure.
Yeah. So basically the burn wound dressing is aimed at a very clear thing, is preventing infection. The priority in thermal burn management is to create a physiological environment of the wound for healing and reduce evaporative loss. Because the skin is lost, so the skin is not there to stop evaporative loss and the fluid gets out of the body. At the same time, it is an open wound, so it has to heal, and it has to heal by epithelialization. So for epithelialization to take place, you need a moist environment. And another thing, you need a non-adherent surface so that when you remove the dressing, it doesn't cause any damage to the new epithelium which has come up. The dressing has to be absorbent because it has to absorb the exudate or the fluid, and is to have a antimicrobial activity so that the wound sepsis doesn't happen. And little bit of compression has to be there so that the edema stops. So aim of a burn dressing is to prevent infection, promote moist wound healing, prevent conversion of a deep burn, conversion of a superficial burn to deep, reduce pain, and allow movement and assist decreased swelling. I think I will wrap up here. I can ask the question, answer the questions later. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor. So you have summed it up very well, sir. Starting with all the classifying the burns as from minor, moderate burns, as well as which burns needs to be admitted, which are the criterias we need to follow, and the rule of 9, how we assess the burns, the percentage of burns, and to maintain all the ABCD while management of the burns, sir. Thank you very much, Doctor. There's another speaker, sir. After that, we'll be coming back for the questions, sir. So please stay with us, sir. Thank you very much. The next speaker is Dr. Kuldeep Singh, Senior Consultant from Indraprastha Apollo Hospital. Dr. Singh has completed his plastic surgery training from PGI Medical College, Chandigarh in '89. Thereafter, he worked as an assistant and associate professor at Kasturba Medical College in Manipal. Since 1996, he has been a senior consultant in aesthetic, plastic, and reconstructive surgery at Indraprastha Apollo Hospital, New Delhi. He has a number of publications to his name, including various chapters in the textbook of burns and aesthetic surgery. He is a master trainer in injectables, a faculty member of various cadaver anatomy courses, scientific secretary in IMCAS India. He is also the past president of the Indian Association of Aesthetic Plastic Surgeons. He has formerly been honorary senior clinical fellow, Faculty of Medicine, Anglia Ruskin University in UK. He was in the editorial board of the Indian Journal of Burns, and he is the Secretary General for ISBI World Congress of Burns, New Delhi in December 2018. Over to you, Dr. Singh.
Yeah, thank you, ma'am. Thank you for a very kind introduction. What I will do is I will be speaking on management of large burns.
Okay, doctor.
So there are two parts. One is the talk, and then there is a small video of 6 minutes. So okay, that is 12 minutes and 6 minutes. So it should be
sir,
completing in
sir.
time.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
Please, sir.
Can you hear me?
Sir, we can hear your voice, sir, but video voice is not coming, sir.
Yes, sir, it is. We can see the video as well, but we can't hear the sound. I don't know if it has a sound.
Wait a minute. It was a voiceover. Wait a minute. Just wait a minute. Okay, wait a minute. Yeah, sound will change. It to be a didactic lecture, but
Sir, there's no voice in this. Is there?
There is no voice?
We can't hear. Is anyone able to hear any voice? Because I can't hear. Shivang?
No, ma'am. No, ma'am. Just the video is there. No
Video
voice,
is there, sir, but there is no sound, sir.
Can from your end, can you
Sir, I request you to please switch off the Bluetooth in the top.
Okay.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Now you can please try, sir.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir.
Sir, we can hear you, sir, but the audio
video,
of the video
we'll just wait for a few seconds and see. There is so we can't. There's no sound, sir.
Wait. Okay. I'll stop this. I'll. Why the sound is not.
Okay, sir.
Yeah. So I will speak on management of large burns. There is nothing to disclose. This is what caught my attention by David Herndon in 1995, that they could routinely save 80% of burns, and that I thought should result in a benchmark for us to be treating burns who have large extent of burns. There were two main reasons for improved results in burns. One was good critical care and early burn surgery. But now there is a third reason, and that is better understanding and management of inhalation injury, because this was continuing to be a limitation in treating extensive burns. There is also a fourth reason for improved results, and that is now availability of adequate amounts of cadaver skin graft. So we always would fall short of skin to cover the wounds after surgery, and this helped us. There are a lot of burns, problems in large burns. One is associated airway and respiratory issues. The initial stabilization is difficult. They are mostly deep burns. The immunosuppression is severe, and multiple sessions of surgery are required. There is usually a shortage of skin autograft donor sites. The nutritional needs are aggressive. There are repeated bouts of sepsis from which you have to get the patient out every time. The stay is prolonged and the cost is high. The airway issues are mainly arising in deep head and neck burns. Usually when these patients come, there is no swelling, but as we resuscitate them with fluid, as edema appears, the swelling appears. Difficulty in swallowing the saliva is often the earliest sign, and this is because the pharyngeal walls are approximating. Though the key is to intubate early. When you start thinking of intubation, that is the time when you should intubate. And once intubated, we try to finish all sittings of surgery, grafting, and dressings before we plan to extubate this way. You can see the patient on the right. She came and she started swelling. We intubated her electively. She had third-degree burns around her neck. And first thing we did was to excise and graft the area around the neck in case she needed a tracheostomy later for prolonged ventilation. Then there were ventilatory issues. Ventilatory issues usually arise from inhalation injury, which could be smoke, hot air, or carbon monoxide. Could be because of fluid overload, but this is easily treatable with infusion of albumin at low doses and Lasix, or it could be ARDS. Like intubation, the threshold of ventilation should be low, which means we should ventilate them much earlier than non-burned patients. It is best to have a respiratory physician who's tuned to burns patients. But we don't delay excision because of the ventilator. We continue to do our surgical treatment even though the patient goes on a ventilator, unless the oxygen requirements are very high and it is very difficult to ventilate. Remember that OT ventilators are not as versatile as ICU ventilators. The initial stabilization is difficult for various reasons. The patient may turn up late, and those which are transported by air may have less fluid infused because during flight it all goes for a 6. Many have early sepsis, and then if they come, they may have invasive sepsis in some areas. There may be pre-existing malnutrition or other nutritional issues. Albumin levels are usually borderline or low, and these have to be corrected. There may be associated comorbidities like diabetes, CKD, or CAD, which have to be taken care of at the same time. Or in cases of a fall associated with burns, there could be associated other traumatic injuries. Immunosuppression in these patients is severe. We use glutamine from the beginning. We give 20 grams a day and later on take them to oral glutamine as soon as they're taking enough orally. Folic acid and vitamin D are supplemented from the beginning. We assess IgG levels a day prior to a surgical excision when it is planned or whenever we suspect sepsis. We try to keep IgG levels above 800 milligram per deciliter. The dose is usually 5 grams per kg, and this is given slow at a rate of 20 ml per hour. We repeat IgG administration every 5 days post assessing the levels a day prior. Now coming to surgical management. Surgical management is largely early excision. And this is done in deep burns, which means 3rd-degree burns, or mixed depth burns. Patients who are completely stabilized in the first 24 hours, the airway and respiration has been stabilized, and the areas to be excised have been evaluated. And usually it is done after day 3. And we plan the sequence of which part to do first, whether to do autograft, whether we need cadaver skin. That is also decided. And once all this is planned, we discuss this with relatives, the plan of treatment, and the cost also. Preoperative evaluation consists of evolution of depth. Like Dr. Samik said, the burns evolves in depth. It may be deeper at 3 days than it was at time of admission. Then there could be evidence of sepsis that has to be carefully evaluated. Hemodynamic parameters needs to be assessed, especially if there is a hypotensive episode or unexplained tachycardia in the previous night or previous 24 hours. The routine investigations are done and checked and corrected if needed to. All the wound swabs are sent from various areas and their culture report is collected and the antibiogram, the sensitivity pattern is checked. If any recently positive blood culture report is there, then that is also taken into account. Ventilator settings, how much FiO2, how much of pressure support is there is also assessed. Then we see which areas need surgical excision. What is the aim of excision? Whether it is salvage, function, do the largest area first. Then we decide choice of procedure. I'll come to that. Choice of donor site from where we can harvest skin graft and whether we need skin substitutes, which is mainly cadaver skin graft. Contraindications are if patient is hemodynamically unstable in the previous 24 hours, or if there is active local sepsis, although that is not an absolute contraindication, we can excise that area full thickness. Systemic sepsis is a contraindication, especially if the blood culture has turned out to be positive. A hypotensive episode or unexplained tachycardia the previous night, again suggestive of bacteremia, are a contraindication. Lack of good critical care facilities, or if one is inexperienced with the surgical procedure. For the theater, we finalize plan, which areas, how much, which are the donor sites, how many team members are there. Usually we have about 6 people who are scrubbed up simultaneously. We discuss with the anesthetist. There are 2 OT nurses. If there is need for cadaver skin graft, we arrange that. If sometimes in children, live donor for homograph like a parent is needed, then that person is worked up. Informed consent has been taken. Whatever blood products are needed during surgery are arranged. Pre-operative dressing is always seen by one of the unit members to see that whether the wound is still suitable for surgical excision and grafting, because we don't want surprise on the table. The early morning investigations are seen at 7 o'clock. If they are all fine, we proceed with the surgery. All culture reports are there. We decide antibiotics which are needed in the war. They are ordered. And one is ready to abort or defer in case anything unfavorable is seen. In the theater, we need a warm theater. The warmer, the better. The anesthetist decides where the line is to be put, how the tube is to be fixed if there is head and neck burns, where the electrodes are to be put. These are all difficult things in extensive burns. The OT technician arranges an online warmer. We position the patient. We have 2 electrocauteries. Hypothermia is a big risk since the whole body is exposed. We have 2 scrub nurses. Like I said, enough of material needed for surgery is arranged. If the patient is on a ventilator, patient is shifted with the anesthetist. We order the first batch of blood products in the theater before we start excision. The antibiotics which are needed are administered before excision. We have big lined bins for removed dressing because the dressing amount is really huge. We separate teams, prep the wound and donor sites. Again, we reassess the area to be operated and the extent for excision before we start harvesting the autograft. So it is a teamwork. There are 3 teams operating. One is harvesting and meshing the graft, and team 2 and 3 are excising and grafting. We record the start time, measure urine output and the body temperature, harvest the autograft, mesh and pack it away. Now 2 teams are working. The anesthetist keeps the blood pressure under control, although we caution against hypotension. We weigh all sponges before and after being soaked to calculate blood loss. We start the excision now. Now there are certain operative tips. We do tangential excision where we remove slice by slice of dead tissue till we achieve a viable bleeding dermis. Now, then we use adrenaline. The key is to finish area by area and then not go back to the same area, because once adrenaline is used, you can't really tell whether this has been bleeding or not. In patchy 3rd degree, some areas could be 3rd degree in a deep dermal burn, we do a sequential excision, which means we remove additional layers and make sure that the remaining fat which is left is bright yellow, translucent and no thrombus vessels, which means it is viable fat. The exception is in the dorsum of hands and feet. We don't go deeper because there are tendons which can be exposed, and we cover this with allograft or homograft temporarily. Facial excision was excision down to deep fascia. It was done for full thickness burns. It was relevant in the olden days because risk of graft loss was there. Identifying fat was difficult and was easier to do. Now what we do is, we have 2 teams together. We use monopolar cautery. We don't go to deep fascia unless the burn extends still there. We mostly excise above scarpa and we cover with auto and allograft. This prevents contour deformities and distal lymphedema, especially in children and women. In female children, we preserve tissue in the breast area if possible. This is a patient who had full thickness burns of the entire trunk. She had 50% burns in total. And see, we have saved most of the body fat. We have gone above the scarpa because it was a full thickness burn of the skin only. And we have preserved tissue around the breast mound, and this area around the areola, we did just remove thin slices so that we can preserve the breast contour. This is the same patient at 1 month after healing. The breast mounds are there. Now she'll start wearing pressure garments and the graft will slowly get softer. On the dorsum of hands and on the neck, we use only autograft and it is narrow mesh, like 1:1.5 ratio. But usually in larger burns, we wide mesh. I'll show you how we wide mesh in a ratio of 1:3 or 1:4, which means we mesh it and expand it 3 or 4 times. We actually mesh different ratios and keep few sheets till the last so that we can cover the entire area which we have excised. That we cover with allograft on top, which is narrow mesh. What the key is that any exposed area between the wide mesh autograft is covered by the homograft. And by the time the homograft starts rejecting, the autograft is spreading underneath. If we fall short of autograft, then we use only allograft in the remaining areas. The doubtful areas, we use only allograft. Now, this is a patient, you can see the area has been excised layer by layer till we get bleeding dermis. This is different ratio, expansion ratio. This is 2 times, this is 3 times, and this is 4 times. and then we cover these other sheets on top of graft. You see our cadaver skin, which is meshed 1.5 times. So everything is covered with cadaver skin. Again, you can see on this side, this area is still not covered with autograft. This is 1:4, this is 1:3, and this is the sheet of allograft which are gradually covering it. You can see here. The donor sites are frequently within the burnt areas, and these we seal off with silver foam dressing so that they don't get contaminated. Face is rarely excised unless it is frankly 3rd degree. Areas where graft take is more likely is planned first. Immediate autografting is the default mode. So in children, we add another layer of collagen sheets over the allograft so that the dryness of deeper tissue is not there and it heals better. We anchor each layer of the skin graft with skin staplers. This is a patient. This is a deep burn of the entire lower limb. This is after 3 weeks when the autograft is spreading and the allograft has come off. Some areas still need grafting, but not the most of the area. This is the same patient at 6 months. You can see the pattern of the wide mesh autograft is still there on the limbs. We follow the rule of 2 hours of operating time, 2 units of blood, 20% of body surface area excised. This is a 11-year-old female, 45% deep burns, went into sepsis soon after coming. There was invasive sepsis in the left lower chest and in the arm. We stabilized her and took her up for facial excision up to Scarpa, like I showed. The tissue around the breast was preserved and autograft 1:3 and was covered with cadaver allograft narrow meshed. This is healing. The allograft is coming off, the autograft is spreading. The black one is the homograft, the cadaver skin, and she is healing in between. This area which you see was not covered with autograft because we fell short of autograft. The arm and everything is healing. The back, usually the skin is very thick and they heal with any good silver dressing which we use like Acticoat, and the back is healing. This is she at 1 month. Everything is healed. The back is healed and she is ready for pressure garments. This is another 75-year-old female, hypertensive, well-preserved. Burns happened outdoors when she was warming herself on fire. There was no inhalation injury. So we planned excision in 2 sittings. We did the lower limbs first, and the areas you see have taken, and here we did not use allograft because we have enough of autograft. And this is another patient wherein excised and grafted upper abdomen is there. Another 50%, 50-year female, 50% burns, deep burns over the face and neck, the face which I showed you earlier. She was intubated on day 2, impending airway obstruction. 2 sittings of excision were done and 2 subsequent dressings under sedation with the ET tube in C2. And then only we removed the endotracheal tube. This is a patient when she came immediately in emergency. The areas which you see which look borderline, by the 3rd day, they were all 3rd degree. All areas in 2 sittings we excised. She was a huge lady, but we also got a lot of graft. This is the face, this is the right thigh, this is the arm, this is the left arm. Now the antibiotic protocol which we follow depends on existing culture reports. And if none is positive, then the prevailing pattern in the department or in our hospital. We give it preoperatively if the line or blood culture is positive, or start before excision if the previous cultures have been sterile. In large ones, we continue this till they are changed according to sensitivity pattern. Serum procal levels are done whenever sepsis is suspected. The dressing protocol, we change the first dressing after excision at 48 hours. If it is the only stage of excision, one is stage we have excised everything, then we open at 3rd degree, on 3rd day. It is done in the OT if subsequent stage of surgery is planned, because first we do the previous surgery areas to see how the graft is doing, then we plan the next stage. Otherwise, dressings are done in the ICU. Children we do a little later, and that is done into sedation in the PICU. If it is a foam dressing, then we slit the dressing, slit the foam, do the dressing and re-staple. We remove staples early, especially in children, because they can leave scars. POP slabs are kept for a week and we ambulate these patients who have lower limb grafts at 2 weeks with crepe bandages on. This is a child where this is day 5. We have removed all the staples. Some staples are remaining. We are removing the staples, but the mesh pattern remains. Second stage is done only once the patient is stabilized after the first stage and the graft from the first surgery is good, usually between 3 to 5 days after the first surgery. Pain relief, we start at admission. It is given intravenously. Intra of the anesthetist decides pain relief. Diclofenac is given before completion of the surgery. Post-operatively, we give a morphine infusion. In case morphine is not given, then IV tramadol and diclofenac is given. In elderly or diabetics, instead of diclofenac, we give IV paracetamol. At the third day, we start tapering this pain relief and switch to oral. The nutritional needs are massive. RT feeds are started from day 2. If XN is planned, then we don't have the mandatory NBM by since midnight. It is only fasting for 6 hours. Post-surgery, the RT feeds are started early and gradually increase. We try to reach 3000 calories and 100 grams of protein in a gradual progressive manner. Combo feeds are encouraged, which means oral are started in addition to RT feeds. Once on 4 oral feeds, we try to use a protein-rich diet orally. We monitor their body weight weekly. To summarize, we start planning at admission. We categorize our burns first. The strict preoperative evaluation is done. The plan is coordinated with the entire team preoperatively. We see the wounds again once more before harvesting autograft. We execute as per plan. We don't deviate from the plan during surgery. We try to avoid hypotension, hypoxia, hypothermia. One should not be over ambitious. We stick to a limit of 20% burns in one sitting. We can always go in 3 days later and remove more. The blood loss, since they are borderline hematocrit patients, we assess and replace stat. We don't wait for it to be replaced later. The key is to finish surgery quickly. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor, for an extensive overview of management of large burns. I think that was a big topic which you tried to compress it and cover it in a short period of half an hour to 40 minutes. Thank you very much. I think this is a topic which is very important for occupational health physicians and general practitioners, because sometimes we do get cases where we have to manage such patients, and though we don't go into the intensive one, but the most important points, which as both of you have said, Dr. Bhattacharya, and you have said that we need to, first and foremost, we need to analyze what is the type of burn, and then see all the 5 parameters of the circulation, the A, B, C, D, E, and then evaluate whether the patient needs to be intubated or the person can be managed without intubation. More so in inhalation burns, as you say, that it needs early intubation so that the patient doesn't have problem afterwards, and how you plan accordingly and before the surgery and during the surgery. Thank you very much. I would now open up the panel for discussion. If anyone has any questions, please, you can unmute yourself and I'll just take the question answers. Dr. Satrupa Bhattacharya has a question. I think, Dr. Satrupa, you can unmute yourself and you can ask the question directly.
Thank you, ma'am. Am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Yeah, so we get lots of cases of electrocution. They come with severe pain, and though we don't see much burns outside, but it takes lots of time to recover. They have some pain. Sometimes they have some non-healing ulcers also in their fingers and all. So how to manage them initially, sir?
See, what happens in an electrical burn, if it is in the limb, am I audible?
Yes, doctor.
Yeah. So what happens in an electrical burn, the electricity will cause heat in the place of maximum resistance. And in a limb, generally the limbs are more involved in electrical burn because that's the part of the body which gets touched with the conductor. So the part of the limb which is maximum heat is in the bones because they have least water. So the heat generated inside the limb by passage of the current is inside. So when the current is passing, there is a heating of the tissues inside. So if it is not causing exactly a full-fledged burn, it is causing some damage to the nerves inside, which are sensitive tissues, and that causes
long-term pain in these patients, even if they don't have any visible burn.
Yes.
And the question about a non-healing ulcer, most of the electrical burns, if they happen in the hands or the limbs, they are full thickness burns. They will not, especially the contact burns. The flash burns can be superficial. The spark flash burns can be superficial, but the contact burns will be deep, and they will not heal unless you do a definitive surgery and excise the wound and graft, or maybe in some cases you need vascularized tissue in terms of flaps. So that's the reason it takes a long time to heal.
Thank you very much, sir. So for sometimes I came across a case which was there was a non-healing ulcer. There were grafting was done also, but ultimately amputation had to be done for in one of its digits. So how can we prevent that, sir?
Exactly that. See, that is the problem.
Hello.
Hello, Doctor. Your voice is
not.
Your voice is not very clear, Doctor.
Yeah, hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Yes, we can.
Hello.
Yes, Doctor, we can hear you.
Yeah, can you hear me now?
Yes, sir. I think.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, the problem with electrical burn is, again, I would say that the heating is inside. When the heat is inside, then the tissues, the blood vessels and all also gets damaged. On the surface, you may not be seeing a lot of skin burns. But when you do a fasciotomy and you open up, you will see all the muscles are necrosed, all the vessels and the nerves are gone. So the vessels are damaged at a very proximal level. So if the contact is in the hand, the vessel may be damaged in the shoulder, near the armpit or the shoulder. So in those cases, even if you do some debridement and grafting in the initial part, the damage is progressive because the perfusion in the limb is getting compromised. So that's why we'll end up in a proximal amputation at a later time, even if we do debridement distance.
So means we can't save that. Even with our best efforts, we can't save those things.
Yeah, the vessels which have been damaged, they're damaged.
Okay.
So those cannot be done. The only thing can be done, you can reperfuse the areas which are not damaged at an early stage. But the vessels which are damaged directly by the electrical current, they are gone.
Thank you very much. So that is the point. We have to make our workers understand that they think that, okay, mera ilaj theek se nahi hua hoga. And with that perception.
This part is very important to prognosticate. Prognosticate that the injuries can go proximal at a later date. The behavior of the injury has to be told and explained to the person very well. And regarding electrical injury, prevention is the most important thing. Using protective gears during high tension work is very important.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor. I think Dr. Vineet Talwar also wants to ask some question. Dr. Talwar, you can unmute yourself.
No, madam, I think it's by default.
Okay, sir. No problem. No problem, sir. No problem. I just wanted one question from my side, Doctor. When we get patients of burns, moderate burns in a primary health center or a remote location, what are the basic things which we need to follow within our before we are shifting the patient to a higher center?
Yeah, as I said, that the first thing is to, if the person is just walking in with a moderate burn, no airway problem, it is first to do a primary survey, see the airways is fine, find out what is the circumstances of injury. If there is any foul play, then that needs to be taken care of. Many of the burns in India are homicidal or suicidal. So obviously medical legal formalities have to be done. Following that, you do an assessment of the extent, as I said, rule of 9 or rule of palm, whichever is feasible. Do an assessment, put in an IV cannula, start the fluid, and if you have some dressing material, antibiotic cream, apply, put a dressing, or else if you don't have it, cover him with a clean sheet and put him in an ambulance and send him to a burn center.
Okay.
So if you have started, you see, initially burn wound is sterile. Nothing will happen in the first 12 hours. So clean the area with some antibiotic fluid or saline, preferably in room temperature, so that the person doesn't get hypothermia. Cover him with a clean bed sheet, put a IV line, start IV fluid and send him, and put a catheter also.
Okay. Thank you, Doctor. Dr. Madhuri Depsitkar has a question. There's any specific treatment for chemical burns? Any antidotes?
See, the question of chemical burn, if it is a acid or an alkali burn, it is not neutralized. The concept of neutralization of acid or alkali by the opposite thing is not done because it causes exothermic reaction. It causes more damage. The thing has to be done is dilution and copious irrigation. Copious irrigation means irrigation for at least half an hour. And the irrigation should be such that the irrigated fluid does not come in contact with other parts of the body. Otherwise, the dilute acid or alkali will come in contact with other part of the body. So when you are irrigating, the fluid should fall on another container or on the drain. Point number one. There are certain chemicals like what is it called? Used for glass cleaning. I think formic acid. Yes. Formic acid is used for glass cleaning. That has a very specific antidote, calcium gluconate. And this is a very common chemical injury in hotel industry because they have large glass panes. So the glass panes are cleaned with formic acid. Mm-hmm. And that is the antidote to be given is calcium gluconate, and it is to be suspected because not much burn you will see on the surface, but it is excruciatingly painful on the fingertips. Mm. But as such, blanket order is copious irrigation of burnt area with saline and water or water.
Ma'am, now we can move forward to the next session, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you, Doctor. Thank you very much. And thank both the speakers for a wonderful overview on management of burns. Now I hand over the thing to Dr. Biplab. Dr. Biplab is already there, who will be taking forward the session, the third session. Dr. Biplab, please take over. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Have a nice day.
Namaskar. Good evening to everyone.
Good evening, sir. Good evening.
So, very good evening. Today, in these sessions, we are going to discuss the endocrine treatment in metastatic breast cancer by Dr. Vineet Talwar. And second topic will be has metformin come of age and anti-cancer drugs by Dr. Manish Kumar Singhal. So it is my honor and privilege to introduce my speaker. First, I would like to invite Dr. Vineet Talwar. He is the Director, Department of Cancer, Department of Medical Oncology in Rajiv Gandhi Cancer Institute and Research Center in New Delhi. Dr. Vineet Talwar is presently working as Director in this institute since May 2002. He has completed his DM in Medical Oncology from prestigious Adayar Cancer Institute, Chennai in March 2000. He has over 40 publications in his credit in various national and international journals, peer-reviewed journals also. He is a member of European Society of Medical Oncology, American Society of Clinical Oncology, Indian Cooperative Oncological Network, Indian Society of Oncology, to few names. He has been awarded 3 orations from the Association Physicians of India, and Indian Academy of Clinical Medicine. He was awarded the prestigious Chikitsa Ratan Award by the Delhi State Medical Association for his tremendous effort in field of cancer. He is a fellow of Royal College of Physicians, Edinburgh, and also credits as a fellow of International Medical Science Academy. And Dr. Vinit Talwar will enlighten us on the endocrine treatment in medical breast cancer. Sir, you are most welcome. The time given you is around 20 minutes, and I hope you will do it by this time, and I'll give you signal when it is going to end few minutes before. Dr. Vinit Talwar, please, you may share your slide and
Thank
you
you,
may
sir.
enlighten us.
Thank you for the kind introduction. I'll just try to share my screen.
Yeah, please, sir.
Is your screen visible?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. It is
Visible.
well visible.
Sir, is there any problem, sir? Or
Sir,
I can share it from here, sir.
I think Dr. Vinit Talwar is not getting our voice or our words. Dr. Talwar?
Sir, let me connect with him, sir.
Yeah, please.
Hello.
Yeah, sir. We are waiting, sir.
Yeah, just a moment.
Sir, can I share it from here, sir?
I'll just try once more.
Okay. Okay.
It may be better if Dr. Talwar do by himself. Otherwise, you have to change the slide every time.
Right, sir. Right.
When it is. So let him try once more. Otherwise, we have to do from our end.
Okay.
His screen is visible.
Is the screen visible now?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We are seeing. Yes, sir. Now, first
Yes, sir.
slide is
Screen
there,
is visible.
Okay, I'll just try to change to the next side.
Yeah.
Is this visible now? The
yes,
case?
now it is second case, 43-year-old phenomenon.
Oh, okay, fine. So thank you for your patience.
Yes, sir.
So
Please,
I'm going to discuss about the endocrine treatment in hormone receptor positive, HER negative, advanced cancer of the ladies of the CA breast. So I thought to make things simpler, I'll discuss a case which we have seen most of the times in our practice, and then go about and discuss the further nuances as to how to proceed in these patients. So typically you have a 43-year-old premenopausal lady with no comorbidities, and she has a left breast lump. And this tumor is found to be a loco-regionally advanced tumor in which the patient has tumor in the breast and in the lymph nodes in the axilla. And when the receptor status was done, it was estrogen receptor and progesterone receptor positive, and the HER receptor was negative. And at time of presentation, there were 5 metastatic sites in the skeleton and no visceral metastasis. So the question at this point of time would be, what would be your preferred treatment in hormone receptor positive metastatic breast cancer patients? Is it going to be only chemotherapy? Is it going to be endocrine therapy plus minus target therapy? Or is it going to be chemotherapy followed by endocrine therapy? Or is it going to be the concomitant use of chemotherapy and endocrine agents? So the question, chemotherapy in endocrine ER positive patients in metastatic breast cancer, there's a Cochrane study database, so a systematic review of all the clinical trials, and they came to a conclusion that in women, hormone receptors are present rather than progressive problem in the bones apart from the primary side. Hello, am I audible? Hello.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You are audible, sir. I think so.
Can you see the screen now?
No, sir. Not right now.
Okay, I'll just do it. Is it visible now?
Yes, sir. It's visible, sir.
Yeah, so these are the ESMO, the European Society of Medical Oncology consensus guidelines, and they also say that endocrine therapy is a preferred option in hormone receptor positive disease, even in the presence of visceral disease, unless there is a visceral crisis or there is a big tumor load. So in nutshell, endocrine therapy rather than chemotherapy is preferred in patients with hormone receptor positive metastatic breast cancer patients. And chemotherapy is only for those patients who have a visceral crisis. So the next question would be that if hormone therapy is the recommended treatment, would it be aromatase inhibitors? Would it be tamoxifen? Would it be fulvestrant? Would it be a combination of aromatase inhibitors plus CDK4 inhibitors or something else? So there are a lot of trials which compare tamoxifen, which was the gold standard about 2 decades back. And now aromatase inhibitors are the ones which have come into vogue. So coming from tamoxifen, the question is, which is to be in first line? And these are the randomized phase 3 trials in which aromatase inhibitors like anastrozole, letrozole, and exemestane have been compared with the tamoxifen, and they have found out that when you think of progression-free survival or when you think of time to treatment failure, tamoxifen is trailing back as far as the aromatase inhibitors are concerned. So given a choice, if the lady is postmenopausal, then anastrozole, letrozole, or exemestane, any one of them can be given in this scenario. There is another group of drugs which is fulvestrant. Then question is the aromatase inhibitors superior or fulvestrant? This is the trial, the Falcon trial, which compared both of them. And they found out that the progression-free survivals in patients with or without visceral disease is almost similar in patients who have fulvestrant versus anastrozole. So can you give these agents in isolation or they have to be combined together? What is the opinion? Again, there is a fact trial there in which anastrozole plus minus fulvestrant was there. And they found out that in this study, if you combine the two drugs or you give them in isolation, it is better to give in isolation because you're going to have the side effects of fulvestrant. So aromatase inhibitors can be given alone in ladies who are postmenopausal. So then going ahead, it was thought that there was a plateau in the sense that the survival in these patients was getting plateaued when we are giving aromatase inhibitors. Could something else be done to increase the progression-free survival and the overall survival in these ladies? So then came the CDK inhibitors. Now, what are these CDK inhibitors? Just a preview. You have palbociclib, ribociclib, and abemaciclib. The mechanism of action, if you just see the cell cycle, you'll find that the CDK inhibitors, they block in the G1 and the G1 phase of the cell cycle. And there, the CDK inhibitors, they block the progression from the growth 1 phase to the S phase. And these cell line models of endocrine resistance show the dependence of cyclin D1 and CDK4. So the S phase transcription program, that is the transition from one phase to the other in the cell cycle, is arrested. Now, when that is done, that leads to programmed cell death or apoptosis of the cancer cells. And further, they lead to the cell kill. So if you add aromatase inhibitors with the CDK4 inhibitors, you find that there is an incremental cell kill as far as the breast cancer cells are concerned, in the sense that there is a compounded effect of about 7 to 8 months or more when you give these drugs. And these are, as I had already mentioned, ribociclib, palbociclib, and abemaciclib. So they have been used either in combination with fulvestrant, or they have been used in combination with the other aromatase inhibitors. And all are FDA approved, and it has been found that they have a major improvement as far as the progression-free survival is concerned, or in certain conditions like ribociclib, where there is an overall survival benefit there. So question was, CDK inhibitors plus aromatase inhibitors, or you just give aromatase inhibitors, which we had already seen. So there are trials in post-menopausal patients in which only aromatase inhibitors were given, that is letrozole. This was pitted against palbociclib and letrozole, and they found out that there was a marked improvement about 10 months, 8 to 10 months in the progression-free survival when this was added with the aromatase inhibitors. Any other trials? There is a trial, this is ribociclib plus letrozole in first line. This is a Mona Lisa trial. Again, this was pitted against only letrozole, which was seen in the other trial with palbociclib. And they found that the progression-free survival was starkly different as compared to only aromatase inhibitors. Another group of drugs are there, which are the mTOR inhibitors, in which the drug is everolimus. And this is basically a downstream signal blocker when you see the cell cycle. And the drugs there are sirolimus, everolimus, and temsirolimus. And it has been found that in this trial, Bolero trial, everolimus plus exemestane versus only exemestane, which is an aromatase inhibitor, they found that there was a difference in the progression-free survival in these patients, and so was the overall survival benefit when you combine the aromatase inhibitors with the mTOR inhibitors. And this was also seen in this graph, where you find that there is a probability of improvement in the progression-free survival. So what do the guidelines tell? These are the typical NCCN guidelines. This is a National Comprehensive Cancer Network guideline, in which is a conglomeration of summarization of all the guidelines which are used in our typical clinical practice. So if you have a patient who has a prior endocrine therapy within 1 year, if the patient is premenopausal, then these ladies can undergo ovarian ablation, or they can have CDK4/6 inhibition. They are postmenopausal, they can consider a different endocrine therapy plus minus CDK4 inhibitors. If there's a visceral crisis, then and only then in this condition we give chemotherapy. If there's no prior endocrine therapy within 1 year, then in these patients can be combined with aromatase inhibitors, or you can give ER modulators, ER downregulators, or CDK4/6 inhibitors that I already told you that can be combined with aromatase inhibitors, which is a category 1 recommendation. Again, when you have visceral crisis, you have chemotherapy in these patients. So we have gone a long way from just tamoxifen, and we have come to a point that these patients are the ones who benefit from SERDS, that is selective estrogen receptor downregulators, to selective estrogen receptor modulators, to CDK4 inhibitors, and also now we have come to a stage where when we thought of progression-free survival, it was just about 5 to 10 months. That has progressed to about 18 to 24 months. And also we have an overall survival, which has been seen with the drug, which is palbociclib. So the question which is obvious is that after you have given tamoxifen, after you have given aromatase inhibitors, and after you have combined aromatase inhibitors with CDK4 inhibitors, if the patient progresses, what to do next? So this is a very important slide in which we can see that either we can give one endocrine therapy to another endocrine therapy, or we can give a combination of endocrine therapy plus CDK4 inhibitors, or we can switch over these patients from CDK4 inhibitors to another CDK4 inhibitors and a targeted agent. And if these patients progress, then probably we can bring out some other agents, which I'm just going to allude to you now. And these are the PI3K inhibitors, which is alpelisib and taslicilib. And here again, you find that when you see the signal transduction pathway, which goes from the cell membrane down into the cytosol, you find that you can block these drugs, block these pathways, and in that we can get a blockage of the whole mechanism of the whole mechanism of metastasis in these breast cancer cells. So when you see the PI3K summary, you find that there is again a marked progression-free survival benefit, 3.2 months versus 7.8 months. And this was seen in the trial, especially the SOLAR-1 trial, which was there, that showed the benefit of almost double the progression-free survival. Mind you, these patients are the ones who have already been heavily pre-treated with other hormonal agents which were there. So the obvious question would be, can you consider surgery in any of these situations? Now, later, or never? Well, this was a trial which was there in Lancet Oncology, and the interpretation was that at this point of time, there is no evidence to suggest loco-regional treatment of a primary tumor, which might affect the overall survival of patients with metastatic breast cancer at initial presentation. There is a small caveat. There might be a small proportion of patients who might benefit if they have only a single site of metastasis, and that may be, say, a bony site of metastasis. And these patients would be the ones which could be benefited from this. And this is again another prospective study, which is to show, and the study found no evidence showing that surgery had an effect on the overall survival in these patients. And the greatest benefit was seen in ER positive patients, This is again a Turkish study. Suffice to say that in metastatic setting, there is no benefit of adding surgery as a treatment paradigm, which would have been in a non-metastatic setting. So we have come a long way. If you go back 30 years, the treatment used to be tamoxifen, irrespective of any situation, whether the patient is premenopausal or whether the patient is postmenopausal. So when we used to give tamoxifen, it used to have its own side effects. Side effects were weight gain, side effects were tendency to have hypercoagulable states like DVT, these could happen. And it used to cause sometimes liver damage also, it could cause transaminitis. The survival benefit increased remarkably when the aromatase inhibitors like letrozole, like anastrozole, when they came, they improved the survival benefit when it was compared with tamoxifen. And then subsequently it was thought that could we increase the survival further. Then a revolutionary treatment came, that is the CDK4/6 inhibitors. And with the addition of CDK4/6 inhibitors, these are the palbociclib, ribociclib, and abemaciclib, there was an improvement in the overall survival further. Now we are going into the second line. And there was an improvement of about 8 to 10 months over and above the aromatase inhibitors. But again, the question was that there is a development of endocrine resistance. To overcome that endocrine resistance, we thought of everolimus plus exemestane, which is again a combination of mTOR inhibitors plus AI. And that again showed further improvement on those patients who developed endocrine resistance. Those patients who progressed on CDK4 inhibitors plus aromatase inhibitors, alpelisib was the drug which came, and it had an improvement of about 5 months. This is almost double as compared to any other standard agent which was there in the treatment paradigm. So with all these things in our armamentarium, in metastatic breast cancer who are hormone responsive, meaning thereby who are ER/PR positive and HER negative, in these patients, if there is no significant load of the tumor, so as to say, we can employ hormonal agents, we can manipulate them one after the other over 2 or 3 sets and get the desired benefit, albeit at a very, very minimum toxicity to the body. And if you compare generically these to the chemotherapy on a scale of 100, this would be hardly about 20% of the chemotherapy drugs. And at the same time, you get a marked incremental benefit as far as the progression-free survival and the overall survival are concerned. So the key words, again, I would like to say, we have gone from tamoxifen, we have gone to aromatase inhibitors, then we have gone to CDK4 inhibitors like abemaciclib, ribociclib, and palbociclib. And after that, we have PI3K inhibitors, alpelisib, which have added yet another armamentarium in our treatment paradigms. And if the patient is hormone receptor positive, it is very good for the patient because these patients can now have a very good quality of life, even with just a few tablets which they have to take every day and at a minimum toxicity profile. So I think I would like to stop here, and I would request the organizers to take over. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, sir. We are very much thankful that you have finished very in a good time and summarize the entire complex topic in such a way that it is very easy to understand for all of us. And we will take questions answer after the next speaker, and you please stay with us for some time more. So our next topic is like, has metformin come an come age as an anti-cancer drug, because normally we know metformin is an anti-diabetic drug. So in these sessions, it is my honor and privilege to introduce Dr. Manish Kumar Singhal. He is a senior consultant, medical oncology in Indraprastha Apollo Hospital, New Delhi. Dr. Singhal did his MBBS from Seth GS Medical College, KEM Hospital, Mumbai, and MD in internal medicine from PGIMS. He got his formal training in medical oncology in DM from All India Institute of Medical Sciences, New Delhi. During his tenure, he was selected for training at Oriel College, Oxford University, UK, and Barbara and Karmanos Cancer Center, Detroit, USA. His expertise span in all types of chemotherapy, intensive protocols, immunotherapy, hormonal therapy, in addition to dealing with oncological emergencies, including medical care of patient. His ardent interest in academics and keeping up to date got him the Best Exam Award at European Society of Medical Oncology Examination 2013 for scoring the top marks globally. And this is the first time and only one Indian to achieve this fame. He is also the member of Executive Committee of ISPMO, that is Indian Society of Medical and Pediatric Oncology, a national body of senior academicians of India. He is the Joint Secretary of the National Capital Region Oncology Forum. He holds the deep interest in breast cancer, lung cancer, gastrointestinal cancer, and lymphoma, leukemia, and myeloma. So, Dr. Singhal, please, you may start your talk, and we are looking forward to great interactions after this talk. In this meantime, if anyone of our participants has any questions, you may kindly put it on chat box, or we'll have discussion after this talk of Dr. Manish Kumar Singhal. Thank you, sir. Please.
Right. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Dr. Biplab. And as an oncologist, I was, thinking in my mind that what should be a topic which should be of interest to everybody. And that is the reason metformin as an anti-cancer drug was chosen as the topic. And the discussion is, has it been established? Has it come of age? So let's, so I've prepared a very intriguing presentation. So just giving you the background, metformin hydrochloride, which is also known as 1,1-dimethyl biguanide hydrochloride, is a freely soluble molecule in water, slightly soluble in methanol or ethanol, but insoluble in acid. According to the procedures which was described in 1975 by Aron and Pharmaceuticals Manufacturing Encyclopedia, an equimolar amount of dimethylamine and 2-cyanoguanide are dissolved in toluene with a cooling effect. And when an equimolar amount of hydrogen chloride, HCl, is slowly added, the mixture starts boiling. And after cooling, metformin hydrochloride precipitates with a 96% yield. So that is how metformin is manufactured in the lab. But if you go into the history, the biguanide class of anti-diabetic medications has been withdrawn with withdrawn agents such as fenformin, actually originated in the French Liliac plant. And this is also called as the goat's rue or Glega officinalis, a plant which is used in folk medicine for several centuries. Metformin was first described in scientific literature in 1922 by Dr. Emil and Dr. James, but it was in 1929 that Slota and Serke discovered its sugar-lowering effects in rabbit. It was in 1950 that a Filipino physician, Dr. Gracia, used metformin to not only treat influenza, but he also noted that metformin can have blood sugar minimizing it to physiological limits, so blood sugar lowering effect, but it was not toxic. As a matter of fact, Gracia thought that it also has bacteriostatic effect, antiviral effect, anti-malarial impact, antipyretic impact, and analgesic action also. However, it was the French diabetologist which finally prompted, whose findings were prompted by Dr. Gracia's findings, that he first tried metformin as an anti-diabetic drug. And he coined the name glucophage in 1957. And that was the time he published his results. In 1972, the metformin was approved by the Canadian authority, but US FDA took many more years, almost 20 more years to approve it. And it was approved after 22 years in 1994 by US FDA. As a matter of fact, BMS was the first company to make metformin, and they coined the name glucophage, which was the first name given by the French diabetologist Dr. Sterne, and that was the same name in which BMS launched the product in 1995 in the US market. So this is the background and history of metformin. Metformin is on the World Health Organization list of essential medicines. It works by decreasing glucose production by the liver, by increasing the insulin sensitivity of body tissues, and by increasing GDF-15 secretion, which reduces appetite and caloric intake. But that's very simply put. So if you look deeper into the metformin action, actually speaking, there are multifactorial action of metformin. It works on the mitochondrial complex 1 and decreases the ATP production, thereby increasing adenosine monophosphate. This increase in AMP causes AMP activation, which has several connotations, such as improved insulin receptor function, improved glucose transport, reduced fatty acid synthesis, and overall improving insulin sensitivity. In addition, the increase in AMP has an inhibitory effect on the P binding side of glucagon. Therefore, it decreases the cyclin AMP, the protein kinase A, which has again several connotations such as decrease in the glycolytic pathways and gluconeogenesis. So metformin also exerts an anorexient effect on most people, decreasing the caloric intake. It decreases the gluconeogenesis. It also inhibits basal secretion of pituitary gland of growth hormones, adrenocorticotropic hormone, FSH, and expression of propiomelanocortin, which in part accounts for the insulin sensitizing effect in the body. So how does metformin act as an anti-cancer drug? So if you look deeper into the mechanism of action, when the AMP increases, the AMPK, that is adenosine monophosphate kinase, has many effects. It actually causes phosphorylation of tuberous sclerosis complex 2, which in turn inhibits mTOR and RAPTOR. We know that mTOR pathway or the RAPTOR pathway, that is called as the Mammalian target of rapamycin, is a very important target for many anti-cancer drugs. As a matter of fact, Dr. Vineet talked about the PI3K. If you see the top of the chart on your right-hand side, the PI3K inhibitor, alpelisib in breast cancer. He also talked about something about AKT. Now we have got AKT inhibitors coming in from AstraZeneca called as capivasertib. So metformin exerts its inhibitory effect through these pathways and hence can act as an anti-cancer drug by decreasing protein translation and can inhibit cell growth. As well as it also has insulin sensitizing effect, and we know that insulin-like growth factors can actually potentiate tumor growth. Now there's a lot of work going on insulin-like growth factors, which can not only cause growth of normal body cells, but can also cause growth of cancer cells. So metformin is certainly a drug which we can look up. So the anti-proliferative mechanism of metformin is actually through the AMPK pathway, which is the very basis of how it lowers the sugar, and which has in turn inhibits the mTOR, the STAT pathways, and the AKT pathways, and hence can actually inhibit tumor development. So let's look at some evidence in literature, human evidence, because the proof of the pudding is in eating. So I brought this paper of Lancet Oncology, and even in COVID, they actually published the paper of metformin and lowering of the risk of patients who are hospitalized with COVID-19 and who have diabetes. I'll just read out the interpretation. The metformin was significantly associated with reduced mortality in women with obesity and type 2 diabetes who were admitted to hospital for COVID-19. So there is something immunomodulatory effect of metformin, as we had seen that metformin has actually a lot of effects on a human body, which can be exploited not only to fight COVID-19, but perhaps even malignancies. So let's look at several cancer clinical studies. And mind you, these are all mostly retrospective studies and what they have looked at. So I'll just pick up those studies which are more than 1,000 patients in number. 4,500 patients, metformin reduces the chance of cancers in up to 80%. That is prevention action on prevention, not treatment, but prevention. 4,000 patient, likelihood of developing cancer in patients using metformin is 30% lower than those patients who are not taking this drug. We are talking of diabetic population patients, where those diabetics who are taking metformin has lesser chance of developing cancers. 60,000 patient study published in 2009. Patients who use insulin or other similar drugs compared to metformin users are more likely to have solid cancers. And I told you that insulin can act like a growth factor. Insulin-like growth factors are now quite important, and people are working on to counter these effects. 21,000 patients, the use of metformin in diabetic patients was associated with significantly lower risk of cancer mortality and incidence. Another 8,000 patient study, cancer was diagnosed with 7.3% of metformin users compared to 11.6% of non-users. So certainly metformin has a role to play. So this is a cancer study, breast cancer study, where they used metformin and they looked at pathological complete response. It was published in Journal of Clinical Oncology, which is the official journal of American Society of Clinical Oncology. And they looked at the pathological complete remission along with neoadjuvant chemotherapy in diabetic patients. Mind you, these are diabetic patients with breast cancer in whom chemotherapy is being given, and they looked at whether they were receiving metformin or not metformin. And they found that the pathological complete remission rates was much higher, 24% versus 8%. So metformin patients, diabetic patients who were on metformin performed better than those patients who were not on metformin. Another study, metformin use and all-cause mortality and prostate cancer specific mortality in men with diabetes. So we must understand with diabetes. So among patients with diabetes who had prostate cancer, the adjusted hazard ratio for prostate cancer specific mortality was 0.76 for every additional 6 months of metformin. That means the longer you are taking metformin, the better you are. It's not that you just take for 6 months and withdraw and then go into something else. So it is clear that increased cumulative duration of metformin exposure after prostate cancer diagnosis was associated with decrease both in all-cause mortality, prostate cancer specific mortality among diabetic men. But the devil lies in the details. The devil lies in the details. So this is another paper where they took patients who were non-diabetic and they looked at patients, the dual effect of metformin on breast cancer proliferation and a randomized pre-surgical trial. So the chart over here is slightly complex, but I'll make you understand it. So the curve which is up is metformin is worse. The curve which is down is metformin is better. HOMA is an index which is derived from basal, the BMI and the insulin level. So that means if you are high on the index, then you are likely to be fatty and have more insulin resistance. So as the person becomes more fatty and insulin resistance develops, metformin has beneficial effect. But if you are not, then metformin may have bad effect. So even for BMI, even for C-reactive protein, if your C-reactive protein is high, metformin is having a beneficial effect, but if it is low, then it is not. So there is some anti-inflammatory action of metformin. And of course, we know that metformin does increase insulin sensitivity, and it is an important drug in that regard. Again, metformin for pancreatic cancer, non-diabetic patients. Overall survival at 6 months was worse with metformin. So this paper concluded that perhaps we need to know and understand more. So this was an editorial in Lancet Oncology, and you can see that it's Lancet. And they tried metformin in pancreatic cancer, but they did not succeed. So it was disappointing. Another paper of metformin and chemoradiotherapy in lung cancer. I just read out the result that the proportion of patients who experienced a failure within 1 year was higher in metformin, but lower in the control arm. So where do we go from here? Where do we go from here? So there are confusing literature. We don't really understand that. This is my last slide. So this was an editorial published in JCO, Understanding the Pathway. Is metformin a diabetic drug for cancer or a cancer drug for diabetes? but there are two perspectives. For a physician perspective, looking at the various mechanism of action of metformin, there is clear evidence to suggest that diabetic patients favor from the addition of metformin. And this is even more true for diabetic cancer patients. From oncologist perspective, looking at the various mechanism of action of metformin, there is unclear evidence to suggest that metformin has come of age as an anti-cancer drug. It cannot be prescribed to non-diabetic cancer patients for anti-proliferative action, but a perspective which should be true to both. And we cannot dither from this, and there are no misgivings in this, that a diabetic cancer patient, especially those with high BMI, would certainly favor with the addition of metformin in their anti-diabetic regime. With that, I thank you for your kind attention, and back to the organizers. Excuse me, was I not audible?
No, you are audible, sir. You are audible. Hello, Dr. Biplab, sir.
Dr. Biplab कहाँ चले गए? I think कुछ connectivity issue.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Just give me 2 seconds, sir. Please.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. We are ready for the Q&A session, sir.
Thank you very much. And here I would like to invite our questions. If anyone is having like any specific treatment, okay, these are all burns. There is no recent questions. So if any questions we have from the participants, we can have those questions. Thank you, Dr. Manish, giving a very different kind of topic and explaining us about this, because this is the new dimensions of a cancer therapy, and we are looking forward much more evidence so that it can be much more convincing. And Dr. Shialal, who raised hand, you may kindly unmute yourself and ask questions. Dr. Sahu. Please.
Dr. Sahu, you have to unmute yourself, sir. Sir, I think there is some connectivity issue.
Dr. Sahu, please. Yeah. So if there is no questions, then here I would like to sincerely thanks to Dr. Singhal, as well as Dr. Talwar for their wonderful presentations and enriching us about these new dimensions of the treatment and the environmental and occupational health of Delhi is very much thankful to both of you, and sincerely thanks to both of you again. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, sir. Sir, now we are breaking for 10 to 15 minutes, and then we will join back for the next session with Dr. Viveka Kumar.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you very much giving me this opportunity.
Thank you, sir.
Fueling the growing aspirations of its people and driven by rapid development of infrastructure, the Indian economy is accelerating its growth like never before. An inspiring reflection of India's economic progress is the burgeoning countrywide demand for modern high-end cars. Indian Oil, India's leading fuel brand, has been fronting the development of innovative products backed by its world-class R&D to meet the fast-changing needs of customers. To fuel the aspirations of the upwardly mobile car enthusiasts and to accelerate their cars' high performance, Indian Oil has led the path to bring for the first time in the country a high-performing and the best-in-class premium fuel. XP 100 100-octane premium petrol. Indian Oil's XP 100 premium petrol with superior anti-knock properties improves engine power with faster acceleration, enhances fuel economy and offers better drivability with increased engine life. Equally heartening is the positive impact it would make for a healthy and cleaner environment with reduced carbon emissions. Its low benzene content will drastically reduce carcinogenic emissions and its low aromatic content will reduce suspended particulate matter, thereby improving the air quality. Indian Oil's XP 100 premium petrol is the first such fuel being launched in India. It is an innovative achievement of Indian Oil through intense and sustained efforts of its world-class R&D, harnessing an indigenously developed technology interface, using multiple production streams and quality systems. Adding yet another feather in the crown of Atmanirbhar Bharat, Indian Oil helps India join the League of Select Advanced Nations like Germany and the USA to offer 100-octane high-performance fuel to demanding customers across the country. Now, when you rev up your mean machine for a passionate drive, be assured that Indian Oil is backing you with a matching high-performance fuel. XP 100.
When the nation joins hands to fight a common enemy, victory is certain. Though this enemy is an alien contagion, it can be no match for the fervor that unites 1.3 billion citizens. The call by the Honorable Prime Minister also mustered the power and the energy of the nation to surmount the current challenge, bringing into the fray energy conglomerate ONGC. Responding swiftly to the crisis arising from the coronavirus pandemic, ONGC started safety measures very early. Employees were asked to prepare and be technologically ready to face any restriction on movements. Work must go on was the intent. Employees who had been working on the offshore locations and onshore locations offered to continue working with extended duty periods away from their families. Our 24/7 operations and their commitment has ensured uninterrupted supply of oil and gas for the nation. They toil in the fields, adhering to all government guidelines of social distancing and hygiene. Giving additional impetus to these efforts, ONGC contributed 300 crore rupees from their CSR fund, and employees gave 2 days' salary amounting to around 16 crore rupees. But ONGC didn't stop there. We reached out to millions who suffered hardships due to the lockdown. All work centers of ONGC across the country distributed relief supplies to the needy and protective gear to frontline fighters like medical professionals, municipal workers, and security staff.
We at ONGC have always risen to the call of the hour. During this national crisis of COVID-19, we have maintained our offshore and onshore operations round the clock to maintain uninterrupted supply of oil and gas to the nation. While maintaining our operations, we have also ensured full compliance of Government of India as well as WHO guidelines like social distancing, maintaining personal hygiene, work from home, and maintaining operations with skeleton staff to contain this pandemic. I firmly believe together we will overcome this national crisis.
Individually and collectively, these humane acts reflect the selfless, committed, responsible, proactive, and energetic spirit of the nation and also of ONGC. A responsible corporate helping every Indian fight this challenge collectively.
Sir, we can start, sir.
Yeah. So good evening, everyone. Now again, continuing with the day 2 of the OCCUCLAVE 2022, which is the 9th Global Conclave of Association of Environment and Occupation Delhi. The next session is by Dr. Viveka Kumar. Dr. Viveka Kumar is Principal Director and Chief of the Cath Labs, PanMax Cardiac Sciences, Max Healthcare. And he has extensive experience in the field of cardiac interventions and electrophysiology. He specializes in complex angioplasties, including multi-vessel bifurcation and left main angioplasties with rota ablation, FFR, IVAS, IABP, IMP, LLA devices. He has done more than 7,500 angioplasties and 2,500 balloon valvotomies with good outcomes. He has done more than 50,000 cardiac intervention, including PCI, rota, IVL, LMCA, stenting, and multivessel PCI. Structural heart disease expert, including TAVI, TMR, LA occlusion, and he has done first subcutaneous AICD and maximum number of AICD implants in India, maximum leadless pacemakers implant in India, and Proctor's national and international for TAVI, rota, IVAS, OCT, SICD, AICDs, and MICRA. So with this background of vast experience, sir, you will be the best person to guide us on various methods of treating severe aortic stenosis. The topic of your deliberation is then versus now. So Dr. Viveka Kumar, sir.
Good afternoon, friends, and special thanks to Dr. Sandeep for inviting me for this talk. And it's very important that, you know, we are moving in medical field in the direction of minimally invasive things. So if you see the aortic stenosis, that has been the disease of, you know, in our country, rheumatic heart disease, And also, as the population is aging, more and more elderly people are getting affected because of this disease. So we need to know that how the science has changed the whole landscape in an era where everything is moving in the non-invasive or to minimally invasive thing. First, the surgeons started thinking that it is too, big an operation, open heart. Then they went into minimally invasive with the keyhole surgery, but still the surgical option was for severe aortic valve narrowing was something which was very, very, big scar, and recovery time used to be high. And more so, because of the elderly population or comorbid condition, there were almost 30% of the patients who were not being able to get their surgical correction done simply because they have had comorbid condition, lung problem, kidney problem, and they were not suitable for general anesthesia or big surgical scar. So if you know about the aortic stenosis, this is how nice and clean the normal aortic valve would be. And then due to the wear and tear over the years, it gets calcified and severely narrows. These are the cusp which get fused together, which is a mainly solid calcium deposit within the valve cusp. Similar risk factor to coronary artery disease is there. So basically aging, high cholesterol, and stress, high blood pressure, all those things will also cause, which causes coronary artery disease, can cause aortic stenosis also. And 6th, 7th, and 8th decade of life, this is more common. And in India, we are seeing patients, or even for that matter in Asian countries, this disease is like coronary artery disease, is 10 years younger population gets affected. But those patients who have asymptomatic aortic stenosis, that is a controversial subject, because when you intervene in asymptomatic patients, if they have something adverse outcome, you can't forgive yourself. But the patient who have got symptoms, angina, syncope, and failure, so these are the very serious symptoms. So survival after the onset of symptom is only 50% at 2 years and 20% at 5 years. And surgical intervention stenosis should be performed promptly once the minor symptoms occur. So those who are, but the problem is that severe aortic stenosis, very few patients are truly asymptomatic. So we need to dig out the history very well and find out if the patient is symptomatic or not, because you can see this data that once the symptom of angina, syncope, and failure happens, then these patients are more serious outcomes are there. So worse prognosis than many metastatic cancer. A lot of people have the notion that probably the cancer would be more serious, but severe aortic valve narrowing is more serious disease. And if you compare with various cancers like lung cancer, colorectal cancer, breast cancer, ovarian cancer, prostate cancer, 5-year survival of breast cancer, lung cancer, prostate cancer, and these aortic valve severe aortic stenosis inoperable, you can see the mortality is maximum. So survival is minimum in severe inoperable aortic stenosis when you compare with prostate cancer, breast cancer, colorectal, and lung cancer. So mainly it is a serious issue. So it is quite simple to diagnose. When you hear if the patient is not significantly symptomatic, if you put a stethoscope, there is a harsh screeching ejection systolic murmur is heard, and we need to suspect stenosis of aortic valve that results in systolic murmur, and this is how the phonocardiogram will show this. So if you see this, that if you want to confirm the diagnosis and assess the severity, the echocardiogram is the tool of choice. So when it's like an ultrasound of the heart, with that we can clearly find out what the patient is having. And the low percentage of aortic valve surgery studies have shown that at least 40% of patients with severe aortic stenosis are not treated with aortic valve surgery, open heart surgery, for various reasons. And one of the major reason is inoperable comorbid condition and increasing age. So there is a definite gap between the people who need and who go for surgery. So untreated, all quite a large chunk of population go untreated simply because of high surgical risk. So data suggests that 30 to 40% are deemed unsuitable for surgical aortic valve replacement, and other 30% are at higher risk due to age and patient factors. So if you see the transcatheter aortic valve replacement, it is like an angioplasty. You go from the right femoral artery or left subclavian artery, and you can, treat it completely. So future TAVR growth shows that estimated global TAVR procedure growth is in next 10 years. It is increasing. So countries like Germany and all, there the TAVR is almost has surpassed the number of aortic valve surgical replacement. So the reason being that the finance is not an issue, because all said and done, these are costly procedure simply because the device is more costly, though the procedure is less costly because it is done under conscious sedation most of the time under local anesthesia. So there are a lot of barriers to this therapy, like people are not aware. Still quite a few patients come to me and say that, is it done only in Western countries, and then they really feel pleasantly surprised that in India it is available and we are at Max doing it on a regular basis. So we are having successful studied TAVR across the spectrum of the risk. And if you look at the data right from the pivotal trial of CoValve till and then the balloon expandable partner 1 data, all said that the TAVR therapy in patients with without the option for surgical aortic valve replacement, that was really very gratifying. And the patients also in medium risk and the patient in what we call low risk surgery, where the surgery will have they don't have concomitant problem and they could get the valve replacement surgery done. But still in those situations, because the surgical option is under general anesthesia, the risk to life is higher when you compare in low risk population or intermediate risk population also compared to TAVR or TAVI. The surgical option is not superior, and the hospital stays for 48 hours. The risk for stroke is significantly lesser. And other registries and data, Medtronic's own low risk group partner 3 trial, UK TAVI trial, and the Notion 2 trial, all of them are showing the same result. 10-year follow-up, more than 10-year follow-up is there. So longevity of these valves are also fairly good. This data was presented in 2019 ACC meeting, and that clearly showed that it is an FDA approved procedure. It can be indication in low surgical risk group also. So who are the people who are low surgical risk group? They are the people who are surgically, so they are relatively younger, they don't have any other comorbidities, and the STS score is lower. So in those situations also TAVR fares better. So the Medtronic Evolute platform has really shown that we can do it with a low risk. They have got the lowest profile device. So we have quite a few cases we have done. I'll show a couple of them. So recently we had done one 86-year-old patient who was father of our own medical cardiologist colleague and had post bypass ejection fraction was 25%, and we do 100% of the patient pre-procedure CT with TAVI protocol, so that we find out this is how we size the valve. And we also look at the coronary height, so that with the valve, the coronaries do not get occluded. And with the, we go from the femoral artery, that is the most convenient. Almost 85 to 90% of the procedures are done through the femoral artery. So we always look at the sizing of the femoral artery. Then we put a temporary pacing wire and do an aortogram. And then we cross the valve. Then we check the valve. So loading of the valve checking is very important, so that it is correctly placed across. Then after crossing, you can see this is how we deploy the valve. So it is a self-expanding valve. Slowly we deliver it, and it self-centers itself and expands out there. So after the deployment, you can see the valve is working nicely, and we check the gradients, and within 72 hours, this elderly gentleman, 86 years, you can never dream that they can be discharged after aortic valve surgery within 72 hours. So that's the beauty of this procedure. So if we say to conclude that TAVR is now proven in patients at intermediate risk, and it's considered to be a revolution in medical science, that without opening the chest, you can change the valve. Currently, there is significant clinical investment in applying this technology to younger patients at low surgical risk. And in our country, more and more younger patients are choosing this. So initial results have excellent outcomes with Evolute and Evolute Pro in low risk population also. And it is possible that TAVR will provide an alternative therapy for patients with moderate aortic stenosis and heart failure, and for asymptomatic patients with severe aortic stenosis also, because the patients who are asymptomatic, it is not justified to take this risk of open heart surgery. So this is a very appealing technology. And overall, the future of TAVI therapy is incredibly bright as more and more patients will come for the therapy. So thank you very much for your kind attention, and I'll be happy to answer any question if there
are. Thank you, Dr. Vivekakumar sir. Yes, the science is changing, and with this landscape, the minimal invasive surgery in many fields, especially in cardiology, it is increasing. And as you rightly said, TAVR is definitely, it is going to help patients. And the concerns right now, which are there, as you rightly mentioned, is the awareness and the affordability. So, as you know, sir, our association is of industrial physicians and corporate doctors, and I have discussed this with you, this issue earlier also, that we should have proper certified guidelines for this and protocols for this TAVR procedures, where even for asymptomatic patients or patients who can be benefited, like you rightly said, even those who are symptomatic, definitely you should try for and go for the TAVR procedure as per the protocols. But for those young patients who are asymptomatic, but the benefit of this particular procedure, it will help them a long way, because ultimately people will definitely opt for a minimal invasive procedure rather than going for a major surgery under GA. Sir, is there any guidelines or protocols which we corporate doctors we can follow, and we can give our clearances for these procedures? Because there is a vast difference in the cost of the procedures, whether surgical and between TAVR.
Yeah, so I think that's very good question, Dr. Sharma. So I would say that there are guidelines. So till now, it was in patients who are, so those patients who are very young, less than 55 or so, and have got no other comorbid conditions. So we look at the STS score. So if the STS score is falling into low risk, then in those situations, we should try and convince the patient to go for surgical valve replacement. In patients who have got STS score in high risk or even in moderate risk, there we need to have a discussion, and in those situations we are justified to go for minimally invasive TAVR procedure, so that the patient would have less risk of mortality. Then we also have to look at so if you look at the in situation in countries where the government or somebody has to pay for that, even the insurance, so they need to justify the reasons why this modality of treatment is being offered, not the open heart surgery. So I would say that looking at the cost effectivity, those patients who have age, on 55 years or more than that, or those who have got patients who have got concomitant lung disease, those are high risk for anesthesia, those who have got STS score of more than 5 or equal to 5, and those patients who have got chronic kidney disease, those patients who are having previous stroke, or those have on evaluation the other comorbid condition prohibit, like those who have got previous stroke, those on oral anticoagulants and all for various reasons. So there we should prefer the TAVR procedure. So I think there are clear-cut consensus guideline building up, but having said that, there are few patients who would opt for this therapy despite falling in low risk group, and they would say that I don't want open heart surgery and all. So those are exceptions. So for the people, doctors who are in the place of approval of this, there are various government agencies like central government. Nirman Bhavan, they also have got a panel of cardiologists of 3 to 4 who are blinded, that whose case is that, and based on the merit of case, the approval is being given. So they have made it 3 independent cardiologists from different government institutions. They would evaluate the parameter without knowing the name and the where the patient is coming from, and based on that, so this is a committee which decides whether the patient would suitable for particular procedure or not. But broadly, if you ask me, those who are having moderate to high risk STS score, they should definitely go for TAVR procedure, because the surgical risk is exorbitantly high in those patients.
Yeah, as you rightly said, sir, we should definitely have a panel of cardiologists who can give their expert opinion. But for every case, because in big organizations, what happens when number of employees are more, or the dependents or the retired employees are also there, so in that case, it is difficult to take opinion on case-to-case basis for every case. So
no, what I was saying that, in the government panel also, the recommendation is that we need to look at if the STS score is moderate or high, and age is more than 55 at least, then the patient is justified to have a TAVI procedure. If the STS score is low risk and age is less than 55 years, then in those cases the patient should go for conventional surgical aortic valve replacement.
Right. So these guidelines, they will definitely help in screening those patients which are required to be this TAVR procedures.
Yeah.
So and rest of them, they can be seen on case-to-case basis. But definitely,
absolutely,
this procedure it has gained a lot of awareness now amongst the people, and a lot of experts and doctors like you, sir. They are doing this procedure very efficiently, and even people from abroad, they are coming and getting TAVR done over here, especially in Max Hospital. So I thank you very much, sir, for this deliberation. If you have any questions from the panelists or attendants, these delegates, they can raise their hand and they can have this question. Or else we can definitely say thanks to you, sir.
Thank you very much.
Your valuable time. You are still in hospital, and I think you shared your time in between. So thank you very much, sir.
Thank you. See you later. Okay, sir. Bye.
So after this important session on treating severe aortic stenosis then versus now, our next learned speaker is Dr. Amit Chaudhary. Dr. Amit Chaudhary is Associate Director CTBS at Asian Institute of Medical Sciences, and he is a cardiothoracic and vascular surgeon in Faridabad and has a vast experience of 19 years in this field. Dr. Amit Chaudhary practices at Asian Institute and he has completed his MBBS from GSVM Kanpur Medical College, and he has years of experience in different cardiac surgeries in different places in India and abroad, and he is a member of the European Society of Thoracic Surgeons and Indian Association of Cardiovascular and Thoracic Surgeons, and his areas of interest are minimal invasive cardiac surgery, endovascular repairs, TAVR, VAD, ECMO, and heart and lung transplant. So, Dr. Amit Chaudhary, sir, your topic also today is aortic stenosis, current management and strategy, because all these procedures now, they are gaining importance in the field of cardiology, and people, as Dr. Viveka Kumar told, that because of awareness and because of the benefits which people are getting from these procedures, they are definitely great, and we have to come at some like he has told me this STS scores and the clinical condition of the patient and the echo findings, they will definitely guide us for the right candidate for all these procedures. It is still a lot to be done, and this forum will help us, we all industrial physicians, to know more about these procedures and how to come at a conclusion that which is the right candidate in our organization to go for these procedures. So Dr. Amit Chaudhary, sir, the platform is yours.
Thank you, Dr. Sharma. I'm sorry about my attire, and because I've been traveling to Dubai, I was here for Health 2.0 Summit Leadership Awards. I was to deliver a lecture here. So I'm supposed to catch a flight in the night. So I was sitting in the hotel lobby and joining from there. So anyway, I mean, Dr. Viveka already, am I audible?
Yeah, yes.
Dr. Viveka has already gone through a session of TAVR. Definitely for aortic stenosis, transcatheter procedures are excellent, wonderful, whenever indicated. And sometimes people get it by choice as well. Because we had one patient who was 45 years of age, but he was adamant on getting surgery not done. So we had hard time really convincing him, no, this is good for you, but still, that's sometimes personal choice as well. So anyway, I'll be discussing aortic valve ailments broadly and more and more into the surgical aspects, because conventionally being a surgeon. So this is a little bit about anatomy. Next. Basically, there are two ailments which aortic valve presents with, sometimes leakage, regurgitation, or sometimes stenosis. Next, in our Indian setup, if you see, we have very high load of rheumatic heart diseases. So we get a lot of patients with rheumatic stenosis, but unfortunately, the socioeconomic status, as you understand, is not that where we can even think of doing any transcatheter procedures. So most of them usually go for surgery, both stenosis as well as regurgitation. Next, I think these are very basic slides, so I don't think we have to deal with them. So again, slide showing some aortic stenosis. Please, next. Basically, symptoms are usually practically what we tell you. In our OPDs, we get usually patients who are pre-diagnosed. So usually, sir, you are the people who usually get the patient who come with symptoms. We, as a surgeon, we don't get patients with symptoms like I have this problem and you detect aortic stenosis. Or maybe sometimes they get detected incidentally. They come for something else and they are found to have aortic stenosis, harboring aortic stenosis on some imaging or some clinical investigation, or sometimes health checkups. So yeah, or cardiologists usually discover them. Next. And next. Okay. The basic diagnostic tool is usually the clinical, which is very easy, and otherwise confirming with echo, and basically it's an echocardiography only. But if you have to go for some minimal invasive procedure or sometimes TAVR, we need to go for CT scan as well. Next. And if one thing I forgot, if the age is more than 40, it is mandated that the patient has to go in for coronary angiography as well, because chances of harboring non-clinical, non-symptomatic coronary artery disease is quite high. So if the patient has to be operated, CBG has to be done concomitantly at the same time. Now, treatment options, as we all know, one is surgical, which is usually have been the gold standard and still the gold standard of treatment. And definitely, TAVR is, spectrum of TAVR is increasing, because initially it started with high risk or those patients who were at very high surgical risk, but now it has been, more and more done in the intermediate risk group as well. Next. So the guidelines have been evolving on at what stage we should intervene in any AHA, ACC guidelines. So it is usually the symptomatic aortic stenosis. Definitely, yes, it becomes a class 1 guideline. But if we have a patient who is on a high risk and is in class 2 as well, so they can also be offered treatment. Next. Now, almost worldwide, roughly 3 lakh valve replacements are done per year. And biological valves, tissue valves, since we are dealing with more and more tissue valves these days, because metallic valves have a lot of complications, thromboembolic complications, bleeding complications because of anticoagulants. So the share of tissue valves has been increasing, and it is almost roughly 55%, which initially used to be around 30%. Next. Now, basically, there are 2 categories of valve which we deal with. One is all the prosthetic valves can be categorized into 2. One is mechanical valve, one is tissue valve. Tissue valves are usually made of either bovine material. It is actually the bovine pericardium, the pericardium around cow's heart, or it is made of porcine material. Porcine material is basically the pig's valve tissue. So both have their pros and cons. And initially, the only limiting factor with tissue valves has been their life, because it's not the autologous tissue, it's tissue of some animal, so it is bound to get calcium deposition on it. So there is a life which is limited. And again, at the young age, if patient gets implanted with this tissue valve, re-surgery has to be done. With metal valve, there are different problems. Metal valves don't have any life, but then you have to take anticoagulants, you have to maintain the thinness of the blood at certain level so that valve can function and there is no thrombosis or any stuck of the leaflet. Next. See, mechanical valve journey can be very easily summarized into, it started with ball and cage valve. There was a small silicon ball in the cage which used to, move to and fro and allow the one-way flow of the blood. And right now, what we are using is bileaflet valve. In the intermediate time, we had single leaflet valves. So these initial generation valves had a lot of complications. So now we have valves which are actually very good, and very low INR needs to be maintained. Only at 1.5 to 2 or 2.5 maximum is the target. That is sufficient. Next. Now, as I have already told, with the biological valves, the risk of thromboembolism is practically very less, practically nil. And anticoagulant is required only for first 3 months in low dose. Then we should put them only on either dual antiplatelets or sometimes single antiplatelets also, if there is any contraindication to high doses of antiplatelets. So there is no risk of any anticoagulant-related hemorrhage. Failure is actually progressive, and usually patients are being followed up. In follow-up, if it is detected, then intervention can be done. And one very good thing about these tissue valves is that the tissue leaflets can be expanded, created a space, and you can put a TAVR valve in future whenever required. So as we expect that the therapy in the journey, in the cost is going to come down, so might be it becomes affordable for those patients also, those who are currently not able to afford. So the disadvantage, as I already told, is risk of deterioration, calcification, and reoperation. So the initial generation valves usually used to, their life was around 8 to 15 years, but now I'll be talking about some valves which are there, which have very good life, and they're expecting it. In the animal studies, they have proved it to be surviving to almost 25, almost roughly around 25 years. Next. Now, these are 2 kinds of tissue valve. Basically, I have already told, so there is no need to go into much detail about the histology. So both have their own benefits, both have their own disadvantages, but more or less, these are more of technical rather than clinically. More or less, both of them, function well. Next. Now, tissue valve initially, as with metal valve, it has been tissue valves also. As I told you that they used to live for about 7 to 8 years, initial valves. And now we are using the average valve is which has got more than 15 years of life. So we have come to that stage, and maybe beyond that we are already approaching. And with some valves like Inspiris, which Edwards is making nowadays, it is expected to give very good results. Next. These are the US trends. I probably not much of interest for Indian subset. Next. Now, trends in India, basically, if we see the biological valves enter very late. So as compared to the West, we have recently, like about 15 years, we have been using these tissue valves. So in Indian studies, we lack a lot of Indian studies proving the life and their functioning inside the body over long-term years. But there are studies which are going on, and probably in another couple of years, we'll be getting the true Indian data as well. Next. Now, choice of the valve. See, the choice of the valve depend on a lot of things. Number one, age. Number two, childbearing age. Number three, as old age. Number four is whether patient has got any bleeding complication, prior stroke, or is on any drug which is being used as a concomitant disease. So young age, definitely, if not at a childbearing age group, definitely needs metallic valve, because risk of surgery is another thing which patient has to understand, and if they are okay with it, then definitely we can offer tissue valve. But then, as a first choice, you have to offer a metallic valve. Number two, at the age of childbearing age in a lady, you have to bioprosthetic valve becomes the first indication, keeping in mind that later, after maybe 10 years, 12 years, 15 years, she might require redo surgery, or maybe a TAVR valve can be inserted inside whenever required. And in the old age, as Dr. Vivek has already told, the indication for overall tissue valve as well as TAVR becomes clear after the age of 55. And in fact, we have been using these valves at lesser and lesser age nowadays. Initially, the indication was 65 years, then it became to 60 years. Now, since the age of the valve or survival of the tissue valve is increasing with technology and improvement in the tissue preservation, this age is coming down. It has now come down to around 55, but we are still offering it around 50 years as well, which is a borderline area between metal valve and the tissue valve. Next. Now, as the technology is growing and companies are working on these things, so younger patient require more and more resilient valve, which can survive more, and probably something which should come. And at the younger age, patient gets implanted a tissue valve, and he no longer requires any intervention in the rest of the life. So when it will be possible, we don't know, but many things which seemed impossible 10 years back, they are now possible, and they are very commonly done. Next. These are just I think no need to go on these details. Next. Now, as I was talking about, there is a valve which has been developed recently in a couple of years. That's Inspiris. I believe what the studies have shown in animal studies, what they do is they implant these valves into animals, and and also the some machines where these valves undergo some mechanical hemodynamic pressures, which usually mimics the kind of hemodynamic stress inside the body. So how many beats overall life a patient goes through, and that's the kind of stress any valve perceives. So the projection of this valve is, it is very clearly, the studies have shown that it would last around 23, 24, maybe 25 years as well. So this actually, the time will tell, as we have more and more centers getting involved for the studies and meta-analysis to come in future. Next. Basically, it has been the continuous improvement of the technology, and right now this Inspirus Resilia is the valve which we are looking at for long-term implantation. Next. Hello. See, there are many things which Resilia inculcates. Hello. Hello.
Yes, sir. You are audible, sir.
Hello.
You are audible. Dr. Amit, you are audible.
Sir, his connection lost, sir.
Okay. Anyway, actually he's traveling and he's in Dubai right now. So let us wait for a few minutes before he rejoins.
Right, sir.
Yeah.
Sir, I got the message. He is joining again. He is joining.
Hello.
Yes, sir.
Hi, Shivank.
Audible now.
Okay. Yes, sir. Yes,
Sorry. Next, please. I think these are more about technicalities of the valve preservation techniques and all. Now, what I would like to focus more on right now, not going more into the slides. Basically, nowadays we are doing minimally invasive aortic valve surgeries. So it is the thing of past that bypass surgery and changing a valve, a long cut. It's all thing of past. Nowadays we do aortic valve replacement with a very small incision, 1.5 inches incision from the second intercostal space. And if you see the anatomy of heart, if you enter into the second space and you can directly see into the well, which is ending into the aortic valve. So it can be beautifully done. And how this has been possible, it is because of peripheral bypass. So I would like to simplify it and explain it in simple terms that whenever we operate and we have to do any open heart surgery, for that matter of fact, we have to go on bypass. And bypass is taking blood from venous end and putting it through the arterial end through the aorta. Now, with the advancement, we have got long cannulas which can be put in from the femoral artery and femoral vein. So we can take blood from these cannulas go up to the IVC RA junction, from where we can draw the blood into the extracorporeal circulation machine and push it back through the cannula, which goes into the femoral artery and that it goes into the aorta. So you can minimize the size of incision now. So because these big tubes, when put in through this median sternotomy, take a lot of space. So that advancement has really helped in the field of minimal invasive surgery. So risk has minimized, chances of bleeding has minimized, chances of infection has been minimized, blood transfusion requirement of blood is very less, and patient can be easily discharged on fourth post-op day. We don't keep these patients for more than 5 days practically, and results are very excellent. And in fact, those patients who had poor LV, decompensated heart, in fact, they do fairly well whenever you avoid the sternotomy incision. So that is the thing. Next. These are all, Shivang, I think the technical things. We don't need to go into the details of it. Next. So I think that's all from my side, Dr. Sharma. I want to open the forum, any discussion regarding surgery, any there are a lot of misconceptions in the society, and see, most of the patient you will be dealing with, and none of them want to get bypass surgery done. Obviously, even I would, if I am supposed to go for it, I will think 10 times. But then things have changed due to advancement in technology, results, and with the advancement of these technology dealing with valves, we have very good valves nowadays. So I think we need to, tell people that it's not the thing of past what it used to be 20 years back. So anything anybody wants to ask regarding that? I'm done with my presentation.
Yeah. Thank you, Dr. Amit Chaudhary. You have very nicely described about the walls and how these walls they have evolved over the period of time, and what is the importance of these walls and the latest walls which have the Inspirus wall, which it is a more resilient wall, and its durability is also more, survival is also more. So right now the issue before we all industrial physicians and corporate doctors is the decision to, as I talked to is Dr. Viveka also, we should have clear-cut guidelines for allowing these procedures, because if we give choice to the patient, then definitely patient will be in a sort of confusion.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
So as a specialist or as a doctor, we should tell him the right thing, that this is the best thing for you, and for this, these are the guidelines. And like I've discussed this with Dr. Manish and the other doctors also many times. NCCN guidelines are there. So the protocol is there. This is the first line of therapy. If this fails, then it is the second line of therapy. Then in that, now cancer treatment, they are although new molecules, new antibodies, targeted therapies, and other therapies they have come, but still there is some specific guidelines which are being followed across the world. So we look forward for such sort of guidance from you all.
Unfortunately, this is absolutely true what you have brought up. There are a lot of gray areas which are not actually gray areas. We have made those gray.
Yeah.
There is everything is black and white, written in ACCHA guidelines. Like you very rightly said, TNM classification, that they have the classification, and they have, according to the classification, they have clear-cut guidelines that this patient has to go for radiotherapy, this has to go for debulking, this has to go for pre-op adjuvant, neoadjuvant, whatever. In cardiology, cardiac surgery, you know very well what I mean. It's very difficult.
What is required right now?
We need to have that. What you're saying, actually, maybe in future.
But still, as you rightly said, as the evolution of the science and the evolution of technologies, now these mechanical walls, and they have been now being replaced by metallic walls.
There is one thing. Just I'll need a couple of minutes more. Initial surgeons usually go for this conventional surgery, and conventional surgery is actually very scary. If we think from the perspective of a patient, non-medical person, sir, पूरा ये काट देंगे, पूरा फाड़ देंगे, ये, it's actually very scary. So more of it's our fault also. It's surgeons' fault also. Now we have to take up innovative technologies. We have to take up new techniques. We have to get used to minimal invasive surgery. Now, sir, let me tell you, in mitral valve, if you see, we are hardly doing open midline surgeries. And that too only in those patients who are very poor LV, very bad rheumatic substrates. But a straightforward patient, or maybe intermediate risk patient, we are doing it through right thoracotomy. And believe me, sir, now if I'm doing it through the midline, I am having difficulty, because from here, if you go, you see the left anterior directly in front of you. For us also, training ourselves is also one thing we need to do.
Yeah,
so that we can.
That's what I'm saying, sir. This is a skill development for we all.
Exactly, sir. Exactly. Right, sir. Right, sir.
I am also a general surgeon, but like some 20-30 years back when laparoscopic surgery started. So
Yes, exactly.
people, even surgeons who are not well versed with the laparoscopic surgery, they started mini cholecystectomy and
SHGMC.
small incision surgery. So it creates a lot of confusion.
Lot of confusion
Amongst the patient, but definitely minimal invasive surgery is good for the patient, and it can be done more accurately, more without any causing any difficulty or any side effects to the patient. So right choice of the surgery for right patient, that is more important. As
exactly
our aim should be we should not do any harm to the patient,
yes,
rather than giving any benefit. If we are giving them more morbidity or some more sufferings, then we are not doing our job correctly, sir.
Right. First thing is do no harm.
Yeah, do no harm, and we all together have to, like, you are in Dubai for this conference, so
I'm sorry, I would have, sir, I wanted to actually come up with a minimal invasive presentation, which I can show, and results also, technique, and actual pictures, videos, but I couldn't do it because I was traveling here. So maybe next time, if given an opportunity, I will definitely share those things. So that will build up your confidence also, sir. If you feel confident, then only you can suggest.
Yeah, but still you have spared your valuable time for this.
No, sir, that's my pleasure. That's my pleasure.
So, I think if there is any question from the panelists, they can raise their hand. They can ask questions. Or we can conclude this session, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Nice meeting you, sir.
Yeah, we are all in Delhi NCR, so we will definitely.
We'll catch up sometime, sir. Sure, you take care.
And we'll meet again and firm up some guidelines for the people, so that it can be taken with confidence, and people have faith in us. What we are suggesting is the right thing for them.
So people are working on it, sir.
So thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Your valuable time.
Thank you, sir.
Now, the next learned speaker for us is Dr. Kartikeya Parmar. Dr. Kartikeya Parmar has joined us from Ahmedabad. He is Associate Professor, Department of Medicine from BJ Medical College and Civil Hospital, Ahmedabad. He is currently working as Associate Professor, Department of Medicine and BMJ Medical College and Civil Hospital, Sarva, Ahmedabad. He has more than 15 years of teaching and clinical experience in the field of internal medicine. And he has been awarded Honorable Chief Minister of Gujarat for selfless and tireless work in COVID-19 pandemic on 15th August 2020, and he received the Corona Warrior Award by Ahmedabad Medical Association on 27th September 2020. Sir, we would like to have a view on this particular topic of role of cytokine filter in sepsis management, because cytokine filters, they have come to the limelight during this COVID pandemic, and they were being routinely used in different patients in cytokine storms, to prevent cytokine storms. So we are all aware of this technique, but at a very preliminary stage only. So we would like to learn more about this cytokine filter, how it can help our patients to prevent sepsis.
Good evening to everyone. Thank you so much, Dr. Sharma, for nice introduction. And as you rightly said, we have got a COVID-19 pandemic all over the world. We have experienced, and it has led to biggest global health crisis, and of our lifetime, I would like to say. And still there are accumulating evidences that this substantial number of critically ill COVID-19 patients exhibited dysregulated host response, manifesting, we all know, in terms of cytokine release syndrome and or the cytokine storm. And beyond the conventional, I would like to say this is COVID-19 basically is steroid responsive disease, I would like to say, but we have I have been a nodal officer for the treatment of COVID-19 patients at my place, and just to sharing brief experience about this disease, and because we have used this hemofiltration device as one of the clinical trial at our place at IKDRC, I would like to say, and still results are under evaluation. But to my observation, COVID-19 patients, they do benefited when they experience cytokine storm that has not been controlled with steroids or kind of immunomodulators like tocilizumab also. So I mean, this is my short experience about this hemofiltration device, and we all know septic shock is a major burden to the healthcare with very high mortality. When patient goes into septic shock, it is really shocking for the treating clinicians too. And beyond the standard of care, blood purification techniques now coming up, and they are aimed to reduce the cytokine, pro-inflammatory and inflammatory markers, and that is how it will benefit in terms of reducing the multi-organ failure. So as a hemoabsorption device via this cytosop device, it has got now taking a promising role in this area of septic shock and this COVID-19 related or other disease related cytokine storm situations. So with that, I would like to share my slide. Just a moment, I hope. Yeah, I mean, I hope you could see the slides now. Could you see my slide? Yeah.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
That's great. That's great. I mean, yes. So my couple of slides.
Sir, make it in a slideshow mode, sir, please.
I just already made it. I mean, there is a lag in network. I don't know. So could you see now full screen?
No, sir.
Let me do it again.
Slideshow kar dijiye.
Now?
No.
How about now? Still?
Sir, there is an option, sir, in the top slideshow. You are seeing that, sir? Slideshow.
Moment. Just you could see the slides on the left bar and the
yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Left bar we are seeing the slides and one big slide in the right side.
Okay, okay. So I mean, I could not see the tab on the top that like kind of you are sharing screen panel, new share or kind of chat QA. I could not see those.
Sir, yeah, sir. There is a small in the bottom. There is a small thing, or you can press F5, sir, directly on your system. F5. Now it's come.
Let me share it again. So
sure,
if anything goes wrong,
sure. Now press F5.
How about now?
No, now press F5, sir.
Do you see now full screen?
No, sir. It's not coming full screen.
Let me try it again. Just let me close that open one. So that could be an error. I have already kept it open. So now would it be fine to go ahead?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I would be talking about this hemofiltration device, which are promising, giving a promising result nowadays in patients with the septic shock and other areas. Right. I mean, a couple of few speakers, they had talked about the cardiac surgeries and cardiac interventions. And that is also one key area when the patient during surgery or after surgery, experiences this septic shock, and this device plays a key role when it has been used in a, right time and in right patient. So just to say brief about this adsorption devices, cytosorb adsorbers, it is composed of highly biocompatible porous polymer beads with numerous pores on the surface, and this each bead is kind of size of grain of the salt, and they act as a tiny sponge that will suck or remove the substances from the whole blood based on the process of adsorption. And the relevant surface of absorption that is huge, and it is kind of these beads, they sum up to more than 45,000 square meter area for the filtration, which is really a huge kind of filtration when they are in action. And the charm of this device is they are the concentration dependent. And what we mean by that is when you have a high concentration of pro-inflammatory or inflammatory, markers, molecules, then this device will filter with a high removal efficacy. And when these cytokines, when they are in the low concentration in patient with the sepsis, they will filter in a low or no removal fashion. And that is how this device is will not never completely or overly, that will not give over treatment in patients with the septic shock when you are filtering those toxic cytokines. And it will restore the physiological immune system back to a normal steady state level. So you can see a graph below that when you can see a gray bar before filtration and white bar after filtration. So on the very left side of the graph, you could see that before, when there is a high concentration of these cytokines that are pro-inflammatory or inflammatory, there is a high efficacy of removal of these cytokines with this device. And when there is you can see in the middle bar, you have a very low concentration of the cytokines, and the filter will remove the cytokines in a low fashion, and it will not remove or overcorrect the filtration. So that is the key part, as well as it won't filter the physiological albumin particles, which are very key, and that anticoagulant factors, they are proteins, and they are not being filtered with these devices. So this again device has got a very size selectivity approach, and you can see that it has got a very broad range of filtration size of the molecule from 10 kilodalton to almost 60. Then this range would filter the complement of C5a, IL6, IL8, IL10, TNF alpha, and again pancreatic lipase and amylase. When patients of pancreatitis, there are many case reports are there on Google that even in pancreatitis with sepsis, those patients also benefit from these filtration devices. So it is very, very size selective in terms of filtering those noxious cytokines which are giving patient septic shock and leading to the multi-organ dysfunction. This device, basically you can plug it in any extracorporeal circuit. Like if patient is going for the continuous renal replacement therapy, or you require patient to put on ECMO. A lot of COVID-19 patients, we have heard in the news, or we have seen them in our hospital, that they are awaiting for the lung transplant and kept on the ECMO, and they are experiencing a lot of cytokine release syndrome and sepsis or septic shock because of the secondary infections because of the lung damage. In those group of patients, even patients with the long cardiopulmonary bypass circuits, we can plug in that, and hemoperfusion, we can do those parts, and we can easily plug in this cytosorb device in those group of patients, and it will give a fantastic result by filtering those noxious cytokines. So we now know that it removes very efficiently inflammatory mediators, and these are the conditions like septic or vasoseptic shock. When patient experiences this dysregulated immune system with the cytokine storm, COVID-19, as I told, during cardiac surgery, the longer the cardiac surgery, the patient would more experience the cytokine release syndrome with the septic shock. Emergency cardiac surgery, and those emergency surgeries, as Dr. Amit talked about in earlier talk, that they may need the blood thinners, ticagrelor or rivaroxaban, to avoid the clotting activation during the cardiac surgery. And that is how the patient, they are at risk of going into DIC or experiencing a lot of bleeding post-operatively or intraoperatively. So those group of patients also benefits, as this filter will stabilize those noxious cytokines, or they keep the smooth level of this blood thinners, so that it won't give excessive bleeding tendency to the patient during or after surgery. Again, in patients with the liver failure and patients with the rhabdomyolysis, drug-induced or other causes, that is also benefited with this filter when they are dialyzed with the hemofiltration device. So it is indicated for conditions where levels of cytokines and or bilirubin or myoglobin, as I told in earlier slide, and also indicated for the removal of this P2Y12 inhibitor like ticagrelor during intraoperatively cardiopulmonary bypass, to prevent the complications of bleeding or wound healing during or after surgery. So again, this COVID-19, as I told you, we have many patients, we have observed them going through the cytos of device filtration, and it will definitely ameliorate a cytokine storm due to pro-inflammatory cytokine condition when we monitor those patients with the clinical as well as lab, and we evaluate with those patients picking early in the cytokine release syndrome and giving filtration, hemofiltration, to remove that excess cytokines to prevent the storm. So, I mean, cytosorb is kind of emerging technique on the top of that standard of care in giving treatment efficiently to kill mortality in patients with the septic shock. So briefly to say about the sepsis, it is defined as a life-threatening organ dysfunction, and it is resulting due to a dysregulated host response to the infection. And look at the incidence, like 95 cases per lakh patient, and 9% of those group of sepsis experiencing patient will go into the severe sepsis, and 3% end up with the septic shock. And if you see at the septic shock, it is with the defined as a mean arterial pressure dropping below 65 millimeter of mercury. And look at the mortality. When patient goes from the sepsis to septic shock, there is a more than 50% or more mortality in those group of patients. So it's a really challenging to treating physician. And if we can survive one life through the prevention of septic shock and pulling out the patient of the septic shock and surviving them, it's a great thing and great achievement to everyone. So this septic shock ultimately leads to the multi-organ dysfunction syndrome, and that is again a great devastating condition. Yeah. So this is the kind of when patient start experiencing early phase of sepsis, and it could be due to the pathogen associated molecular pattern, right? There is in immune system, we have a lot of immune cells, and they are having the pattern recognition receptor, I would like to say, and that pattern recognition receptors, they recognize the pathogen. Say macrophage recognize the bacteria, and that will release a cytokine, and that has been interpreted in terms of protective mechanism via the inflammatory system. And sequentially, T, B cells and neutrophils and natural killer cells, they all come into action when the patient starts with the bacterial infection and goes into sepsis. Again, the second portion is damage associated molecular pattern, right? Where we have, particularly in cardiac surgery, when patient don't have any infective focus, patient's own cell destruction and release of the mitochondrial DNA proteins, that is called as damage associated molecular pattern, that is also recognized by the pattern recognition receptors
sorry to interrupt you, sir. Now I will share the slides from my side, sir. There is a problem. I got the slides, sir. Just give me 2 minutes. Just give me 2 minutes.
Okay.
Sir, please tell me on which slide I have to stop now.
Yeah, go ahead, please. Go ahead. Yeah. It's okay. Go back. One slide back. Go back. Yeah.
This one.
Yeah.
Yeah. So just please tell me, sir. I will move this slide.
Yeah. Okay. So I mean, this is the kind of in the spectrum of sepsis, role of the cytosol as an adjunctive therapy in sepsis. I was explaining that pathogen associated molecular pattern and damage associated molecular pattern, right? And these are the two mechanisms that has been recognized by the pattern recognition receptors in the immune system. So we all know pathogen associated molecular pattern is kind of bacteria. When they are attacking our body, the macrophage would recognize and they look it as an enemy. And then they will release the cytokine messenger system to the T and B lymphocytes. Inflammatory system gets activated, and there is an accumulation of these all pro-inflammatory and inflammatory mediators, right? And then second portion is a damage associated molecular pattern, and that is during the surgery, particularly cardiac surgery that is lasting more with the cardiopulmonary bypass surgeries. And this damage associated molecular pattern, this is that has been released from the mitochondria of the damaged cells, and they also recognize like pathogen via the immune system, and that is how it will cause a hyperimmune inflammatory response. And we all know that when patient experiences septic shock, sepsis and septic shock, we resuscitate with O2 or volume therapy. We start the inotropes, catecholamines, vasopressors. We try to control the source of infection via antibiotic. And during surgery, we try to, juggle with the surgery to rapidly finish it or correct it, or we will try to avoid the precipitating factor because of the sepsis. And ultimately, when patients succumb, we all know that we go for the, say, BiPAP support or ventilatory support, organ support, because septic shock, we don't want to involve the multi-organ dysfunction as a spectrum, as a last part of the spectrum. So on this all standard of care therapy, now there is a sufficient evidence that hemodynamic, when please keep on that slide, don't move it. So after juggling with this standard of care like resuscitation, source control, organ support, we don't have any much therapies left to control the septic shock and advancement of the spectrum to the multi-organ dysfunction syndrome. And this is the time when after 24 hours, we juggle a lot, but we don't get a response. This is a time for the hemofiltration and hemoadsorption device used like CytoSop. And when you consider it as an adjunctive therapy, on top of this, you will definitely get a better in terms of reducing that inotrope or vasopressor support, and you can prevent the patient to go into the multi-organ dysfunction syndrome. As you can see on the bottom of the slide, like sepsis, then patient when goes into sepsis, you just give a vasopressor when patient's blood pressure drops into septic shock. You try to control with the all support and source control. When you are unable to do so, you just try with the CytoSop devices. And in many of the patient, I have seen that at our place also, that I was used it in a patient with a meningitis. I could remember, and the patient was unconscious. All the signs of meningitis were there. We gave antibiotic, but patient suddenly went into septic shock because of high that bacterial load, and we gave a CytoSop filtration cycle to that patient, and that patient magically recovered, like he became conscious, and patient recovered well with the antibiotic and standard of care support. Next. So again, this therapeutic effect you can see of patient in patient with given with the CytoSop therapy. you know that when patients start experiencing the sepsis and septic shock, from cytokine storm to vasoplegic shock to MODS, on this spectrum, everywhere this filtration device will help to protect the capillary leak, to reduce the vasopressor need, and improvement of the microcirculation will ultimately lead positive outcome with the cardiac function and prevention of the MODS, multi-organ dysfunction syndrome. Next. Next slide, please. Yeah. So this is the study done in Austria in 2020, and they enrolled 84 patients, right? And this was the retrospective single center study, and 42 septic shock patients who are having the compromised renal function. They are with the continuous renal replacement therapy, and they have been armed into the cytosol versus matched control arm. So 42 patients with the CRRT, they were given the cytosol therapy, and 42 match control, they are given the standard of care, and matching via generalized propensity score and genetic matching were done. And they analyze a lot of parameters, and key part is that you can see on the right lower portion, they tried to evaluate about the need of the vasopressors and the sequential organ failure assessment score they evaluated at the end of the study. Next. They started hemofiltration in all these patients in 24 hours or within 48 hours. So what they found is those patients who are with CRRT received the cytosol filtration, they could decrease, they have shown that after filtration, their catecholamine, that vasopressor need, decreased to 0.26 microgram per kilogram per minute within 24 hours versus those of the control population. Click next, please. You can see in the graph that orange one, when patient started experiencing a high level of vasopressor need in advancement with the septic shock, and at that moment of time within 24, when started with the hemofiltration, you can see the downtrend with the green arrow, rapid decline in the need of the catecholamine versus blue plotted line. You could see that control arm, those group of patients, when they started with the catecholamine to recover from the septic shock, to keep the blood pressure up, they have shown the plateau effect when they have kept at a certain level of catecholamines, and they don't have any benefits in terms of and they could not reduce the catecholamine in those group of patients. Next. So again, what is concluded is in this study, in hospital mortality, you see on the cytosol arm in the middle white data, white table, that 35% mortality noted in cytosol versus 62% in matched control group. They died in that control group. So significantly lower in mortality and death rate has been noted when you in correct time use the cytosol filtration, when you could not achieve the benefit with the standard of care. So on top of standard of care, when we use in correct time in those group of patients, septic shock with CRRT, you could reduce significant mortality in those group of patients. Next. So these are the many publications that has been done with the Indian experience, and not only in septic shock, but you could see in the left lower corner, refractory septic shock patients, they benefited from this cytosol filtration when used in a proper timeline. Again, the right lower corner, you could see the case has been published that this device has got a very promising role in management of elimination of this cytokine hyperimmune response in patients with viper snake bite induced septic shock and with acute kidney injury. So not only the septic shock, refractory septic shock, or patients who are having the hypersensitivity with like kind of snake venom and patient experiencing AKI, you could get the promising response with this filtration device. Next. Again, this is the study that has been showing the promising extracorporeal cytokine hemoadsorption device used in patients who are experiencing cytokine storm during sepsis. And in this retrospective study, they have evaluated clinical outcome after cytosorb therapy in 100 patients admitted to the ICU. And what they have observed is they have got significant benefit in terms of reduction in a vasopressor dosage in 40 patients who really survived out of this severe sepsis shock. And along with that, in alignment with the survivor, they have seen the significant reduction in the biomarker levels pre and post after filtration, like procalcitonin, CRP, serum lactate, and bilirubin. So when cytokine storm occurs in patient with septic shock on top of standard of care, don't waste time. And they have shown that within 48 hours when they use with the early phase of the septic shock, the survival benefit is more in that patients. Next, please. Again, this is another study, prospective study with the multi-center prospective investigator-initiated study, and that has evaluated the clinical outcome with extracorporeal filtration in patient with the sepsis and septic shock. And what they have shown is that, again, patients who are with the septic shock, when they are used early with less than within 24 hours of intensive care unit, when they are experiencing sepsis, the patient's benefit was 75% and 68% when this device is used within 24 to 48 hours in those patients who are admitted in ICU with the sepsis and septic shock. And this device, again, this study, they've shown that it's a well tolerated and almost no adverse event has been reported when they use these devices. Next. Again, this is about all the sepsis, and now I would speak on the little benefit of this cytosorb device in cardiac surgeries, which is again an area of great risk of patient experiencing septic shock during or post surgical time during their surgeries. So intraoperative use of cytosorb therapy has got promising role in patients with the cardiac surgeries, particularly acute or active infective endocarditis. When you deal with those endocarditis surgeries, definitely there will be a bacteremia, and that patients, they are at high risk of pathogen associated molecular mimicry and going into the cytokine storm and experiencing the sepsis. Again, patients who require more time, more than 120 minutes for the cardiopulmonary bypass, CPB, in aortic surgery and complex redo and combined procedures, those group of patients are also at highest risk of going into the sepsis and septic shock. Heart transplant surgery, and patients with the comorbidities who are going for the cardiac surgery, like chronic liver disease or chronic kidney disease patients who need a cardiac surgery, they are more prone to go into the septic shock during surgery, intraoperatively or postoperatively. And in this area also, this cytosorb device therapy, when you give in time, it has got a great benefit and promising result on top of the standard of care. Next. So as I told, cardiac surgery provokes a vigorous inflammatory response, and which is typically magnified in complex lengthy procedures. When you need a CPB, time would be the more than 120 minutes with already pre-existing inflammation like endocarditis. And after initiation of the cardiopulmonary bypass, plasma cytokine concentration rise quickly with the level of with level correlating with the HLM time and aortic clamp time. So these are the areas where the patient is highly likely go into the septic shock during cardiac surgery, and use of these devices on top of standard of care when you could not control the septic shock is a key in the therapy. Next slide, please. Again, so this is the prevention clinical use in patient with the surgical complexity, again cardiac surgery. aortic surgery, complex redo and combined procedures, as I told, and cardiac transplantation. Pre-existing hyperinflammatory condition like shock and endocarditis, those group of patients require urgent surgery, and patients who are already having the cardiac problem with the comorbid condition like chronic and liver and kidney disease, those are the group of patients. When you use intraoperatively this device, it has got a promising result to give a positive outcome in terms of cardiac surgical benefits. Next slide, please. So these are the indications. I would like to say intraoperative initiations with these hemoadsorption devices, and the goal would be to reduce the risk of inflammatory activation or its amplification. When it starts, inflammation starts, patient goes into the septic shock. Intraoperatively, this device therapy is considered if one or more of the following aspects are present, like complex intervention with the expected long time for the CPB, that is more than 120, combined or redo procedures, acute infective endocarditis requiring valve repair or replacement, heart transplant surgery, aortic surgery, and high patient comorbidity condition like chronic liver or renal disease, and increased risk of development of intra or post-operative hyperinflammatory conditions or complications. Those group of patients, when you use this device intraoperatively, it will definitely prevent patient to go into the septic shock because of surgery per se, or because of the conditions or the situations that are pushing patient into the septic shock, and that will be prevented with this hemoadsorption devices. Next. So these are the indications post-operatively in patients with the cardiac surgery when patient experiences vasoplegic shock. Post-CPB, dysregulatory inflammatory response would be promisingly controlled with this device. Sepsis or septic shock, cardiogenic shock, ECMO, and severe patient comorbidity like liver and kidney disease and rhabdomyolysis. Next slide, please. So this is the study. They have done this study in 8 patients, and they have tried to show that how the patient would benefit with the septic shock after cardiac surgery when patient has been given with this benefit of this CytoSorb device. And the 8 patients after cardiac surgery with septic shock, AKI, and need for CRRT has been studied. CytoSorb therapy within 24 hours of the septic shock diagnosis after surgery. Significant reduction of catecholamine requirement and serum lactate levels were observed, and observed mortality was quite less than the expected mortality. And those 8 patients, they don't have any device-related adverse event that has been observed. And you can see on the right side in the slide that bars, you can see that before and after filtration, patient has got dramatical response in terms of reduction of the lactate and inflammatory mediators which were there during the surgery. Next. So it has been also benefited while removal of the removal of the ticagrelol. And next slide, please. During cardiac surgery, those cardiac surgery requires these agents. They will give adverse events always to the patients as they are the strong blood thinners. And this is the study done in Germany, and they have studied 55 patients who are requiring emergency surgery with this ticagrelol and rivaroxaban, and 43 patients were performed with the emergency surgery requiring ticagrelol, and 12 patients with the rivaroxaban undergone for the emergency cardiac surgery. And among 39 patients, they have used intraoperative CytoSorb, and among those 39 patients, 32 were given ticagrelol and 7 were given rivaroxaban. So total 39 patients were treated intraoperatively with these blood thinners, and versus those 39 patients who have given this blood thinner, 16 patients were kept into the control group who have given only benefit of surgery without any CytoSorb use, and they try to evaluate the results. Next slide, please. And what they found as a clinical outcome in these studies, like you could see the middle of the data that chest tube drainage after 24 hours of surgery was only 350 ml in patients who have been treated with the cytosol intraoperatively with the ticagrelor and this rivaroxaban versus 890 ml of drainage were there in patient with the control group. Again, rethoracotomy, because of the bleeding risk post-surgically, the wound healing problem, none of the patient in cytosol arm have been evaluated with the rethoracotomy versus 36% in patient with a control arm. Again, procedure duration, was quite statistically significant with a p-value of less than 0.1 in cytosol device arm patients. So when you use this device in patients who requiring this ticagrelor or rivaroxaban as a blood thinner during surgery, and which is inevitable, and you have to its use is must, then you can use this device to keep their coagulation system at a stable needed level, and you can give a benefit of post-operative complications in terms of less drainage, rapid wound healing, and very less or negligible chance of rethoracotomy in those group of patients. And that is how it will definitely give a mortality benefit in high risk post-surgical emergency surgeries. Next slide, please. So this device is, I would like to say, it's unique with the size selectivity, and as I said that it won't remove substantial normal molecules like albumin, and it has got no removal of the coagulation factors or immunoglobulins, which are the key parts that requires to function normally in our body. And this device is concentration dependent. So higher the concentration of pro-inflammatory or inflammatory markers, harmful markers, the higher filtration with this device. And when the concentration is low, this device is really promisingly filter in a low fashion manner of these noxious cytokines. And high biocompatibility, right? So it won't activate the coagulation system when you use it, and it won't allow a platelet dysfunction, particularly loss of platelet or destruction of the platelet when it has been used. Next slide, please. So I would like to say this cytosol device, when we are exhausting with the standard of care in patient with septic shock, and we all know it's a major burden to the healthcare system, and it's really putting the patients in a very critically ill and giving mortality to those high mortality to those group of patients. So on standard of care, when it has been used in 24 to 48 hours, when patient is not showing response, starting experiencing a cytokine storm or going into the multi-organ dysfunction syndrome, this cytosol therapy really gives benefit in terms of sequential organ failure assessment score improvement, and reducing in the all pro-inflammatory and inflammatory markers. Patients with the high PCT, again, if you see post-adsorptive state after using this filter, those group of patients will definitely benefit in terms of improvement with the sepsis, and they require less amount of vasopressor in very next 24 hours. That is, again, we all know vasopressor will give a lot of adverse events itself. Then you escalate the dose, it has got a kind of tachycardia or arrhythmia kind of adverse events. So you cannot escalate after a certain level. Rather, this device would give benefit in terms of reducing those vasopressors by allowing the improvement in the permeable capillary leak, and that is how this right therapy and in right patient at right time with the right duration would benefit the most to the patient in recovering the high mortality phase of septic shock. Next slide, please. So thank you very much and for your patient listening, and I would like to invite any questions about my talk. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Karthike, for giving a very elaborate presentation on this cytosol therapy, and definitely it is very useful, especially in, as you rightly said, in the sepsis, or even in the tissue damage stages, like in cardiac surgery or liver failure or rhabdomyolysis. And importance of this cytosol therapy is that it will remove only the harmful products, harmful things from your circulation, like the biomarkers like procalcitonin, CRP, serum lactate, bilirubin, but it will not remove your immunoglobulins or albumin. So this therapy has really come in a big way, and it will help the patients from preventing septic shocks and mortality. I want to know from you, sir, that these cartridges which are being used for cytosol therapy, how long one cartridge can be used for one patient?
It's a single use only, right? You can use one cartridge per patient, right? And one cartridge, when you use it, I have seen in 2 of my patients very magical response. As I have said, one with the meningitis and went into the septic shock, and another was I used at my place in patient with the multiple sclerosis. That patient, I could remember that patient has got a very, focal neurological deficit, and when we used this device, we did IL-6 before and after. It has got drastic improvement in terms of weakness of the patient. So it's a single use, but you could repeat the cycle after 24 to 48 hours if you could see a little benefit, or you see that patient is really stable, not needing any high dose of vasopressors, or not sinking and experiencing MODS.
So for next cycle, we have to use another.
Correct. We have to use another filtration device.
Yeah, and how long is the duration of one cycle, sir?
One cycle could be of 2-3 hours, like CRRT, like we are doing dialysis. Patient, many of the patient with the septic shock, they are going into AKI. So parallel to the CRRT, that dialyzer, hemodialyzer machine, we can plug it this cartridge in between, as I have shown in one of the slide in cartoon. So you can do those filtration with the CRRT, or you could plug it into the ECMO or plasmapheresis cycle, like that. So that would give a benefit with this cycle, and at least 3 hours of this, whichever depend on the other indications and other hemofiltration kind of procedures.
So we can leave the floor open for any questions from the panelists or the delegates. They can raise their hand, they can open their mic and speak out. Dr. Rajiv Kumar Jain, sir, Dr. Shriniket, Dr. Ramanjit, if you have any comments, or else we can conclude, sir. This was really a very important session, and the session recordings will be available on our YouTube channel after this today's session. And definitely these cartridges, cytosol therapy, it is a great boon for the patients who really need them. And although it is like a mechanical device which helps the patient in preventing shocks and going into septicemic shocks or cytokine storms, and even during prolonged cardiac surgeries and disease like rhabdomyolysis and other things. Even in trauma cases, it can be utilized.
Yes.
For traffic accidents, where otherwise, if these sort of therapies are not over there, then it can cause a lot of mortalities and cause of. So with this, we'll conclude this session, and I thank you very much for sparing your valuable time and giving this elaborate presentation on this cytosol therapy. And with this, we conclude today's session of OCCUCLAVE 2022. And
Yes, sir. Please remind for the OCCULscapes as well.
Tomorrow we will be meeting for the third day at 2 o'clock, and OCCUCLAVE will be for 3 days. Like yesterday, sir, it was physical, and we have opened up a physical conference because after almost 2 years we were meeting physically. So we had this in our scope auditorium, and for 2 days we are having it virtually. So, but from next year we'll definitely try to have it physical only if the pandemic situation comes under control and there is no fresh new wave or new mutant in circulation. Then definitely time will tell whether we will continue with our efforts of having physical conference next year. And next year we will also be having our OCCUCON, which is the Indian Association of Occupational Health Annual Conference, which will be held in Delhi. So we'll definitely call you over there, so we can have a physical interaction over there. So with this we conclude today's session, and at 7 o'clock we will be having our monthly OCCULscapes by Dr. Rajiv Kumar Jain, which is local, regional, and global occupational health related news, which is whatever is there new that he will elaborate. So thank you, Dr. Karthikeyan, for the presentation.
Thank you so much, Dr. Sharma and Shivang and whole AEOHD team. It's a great pleasure to be with you with this lecture series. And
thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Verma.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.